I don't know what he's laughing at, but I'm laughing at it. I'm laughing at an image that just happens to be
Oh, I'm laughing at an image for
add
sure.
image.
Alright.
Oh, can I just drag and drop it, please? For the love of fucking God. Please. Please. Please let me just upload an image. Upload? Upload image. Paste? Paste the. Paste the. Fuck me. I'm gonna have to go find it again, aren't I? There it is, right there. Oh, that's hilarious. That is just superb. That's fucking hilarious to me. Yeah. That's the that's the new background for my stream because I don't want people to see
Nice.
my. Oh yeah, that's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious to me. uh, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, mods. I was gonna get a mod while I'm sitting here after my game crashed. I
I
mean,
love that.
I mean, this is the first time it's crashed, so. And I
Oh,
wasn't
you're fine.
I wasn't even doing it.
Trust me, I understand the pain of Fallout crashing. But okay, do you want to see why I was laughing a minute ago?
Do I?
Do you is a very good question.
Mosen Gaunt. Oh yeah. Mm. What were you laughing at, Sinman?
Fuck off with your stupid notification, Oculus. I get it, you're playing a game. Suck
Oculus.
my nard.
Oculus over here, like, I know you would never have guessed, but did you know that I'm still running?
Okay, piss off. I don't.
Ooh, I can see Steam
Mm.
VR. Did you know it has an update?
Piss off, Oculus. Okay, did.
Let me just take a condescending sip.
Okay. Oh my god! Quit! I'm starting to get beyond fucking pissed
I can
at
see a
Oculus
one
continuously
inch
popping up.
dick camera on the bottom of your screen.
Shut!
Oculus is being a fuck.
Yes, it is, and I can't. It's giving me a notification repetitively, and if I close said notification, then it's just gonna fuck shit up. Okay. Is is the stream up proper? Can you see the game?
Hmm. It just says stream paused. It says you minimized the application.
Yeah, I'm in the application now. Do you see stuff?
Nope.
Very well then.
Nope,
Where's
we are.
Discord? There's Discord.
We are dark.
Shut up, Oculus! I don't give a piss!
Dark on my end.
We're just gonna do this then.
Is this even. Oh.
Okay. Is it properly displaying now?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Okay. Now, do you want to see what had me laughing?
What?
Because, it's it's quite the cursed object. Future, you looking?
Hmm?
You should. Are you stationary right now?
Yes.
Are you
should,
sitting? Are you
What
sitting
what is it
down?
that you've got?
You better sit down because you're gonna need to stand up.
You might want to sit down because you're about to shit yourself. So, I would like to introduce you both to, hands down, possibly the best ever killing weapon known to mankind. I don't know what to call it, but
You know, maybe I should go
it
to
is.
sleep. I think I'm hallucinating.
we've
That
got
is.
I
we've
missed
got an
it, Dakota, because
underbarrel.
no shit, right as you made the big reveal, I got shot at.
Hold on, hold on,
We've got
hold on.
our underbarrel grenade launcher.
Dakota, can I show this war crime
We've
on stream real quick?
go right ahead, man.
Well, let me just.
We've got our
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't want you to give the house tour yet. Okay, so this is what we're
got
looking
it.
at. That is.
We've got our nifty little
What the fuck is that?
our nifty little underbarrel grenade launcher.
An
You know.
overbarrel shotgun?
No. Then we've got our side barrel full auto shotgun.
No, we've got our side mounted bolter.
Then we've got our
our
top mounted pump action.
You're not getting any recoil, Dakota. That's hilarious.
I mean,
I
with how
know.
much this weighs.
And then our little
Zip
side-mounted
22.
22.
I don't even know how you would get your hand around that with the fucking drum
Why
magazine.
does it have a drum magazine, Dakota?
That's honestly, unexpectedly, that's the worst part is the drum magazine. No, I correct myself. The worst part is the baby grip on the fucking Boltor. Why? Why does it have a grip for a toddler?
On the Picatinny in front of the Boltor, there's a laser sight. By the way, this shotgun should not be able to shoot.
No, it should be able to shoot. It just, you won't have a front sight anymore.
Yeah. And then, of course, we've got our little canted, which gives us a red dot. But hey.
This is extremely cursed.
And of course, I've got all of the necessary bolts already loaded.
Reload that fucking Zip 22 one more time, motherfucker. Reload one. That? Wait. Show me the drum magazine for that. Is that even chambered in 22? It is.
Yes.
It's just the size of a 9mm.
It's 22 tracer at that. You see?
How do you even make tracer for
tracer.
22? It'll
know.
It'll tracer for like 3 feet.
I don't know, and in all honesty, I don't want to know. And then, of course, it's still.
You're making me irrationally hate the mod that I have that replaces the combat rifle with this. It's just, I wonder if I can find that Boltor on Nexus. That would be hilarious.
I don't know. I can get you the proper name for it.
Yeah, sure. In the meantime, I'm gonna go back to one of my other scenes so they can't see your stream.
KWG, right? That is the proper name. Oh, you could try to find the scalpel. Yeah, KWG1.
Hold on. Keep this immaculate list of weapons up.
Oh.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Nexus. Nexus jump scares me. Because you know how Nexus will, like, play for a second and then turn itself off for its ads? It keeps doing that.
Yeah.
Anyways, what is it called? KWS?
KWG. There's information for it if you want.
KWG.
Of course, it was made by the Russians.
Yeah, nothing comes up. What is that? What is that right underneath the jackhammer?
P612?
Is that like the advanced jackhammer?
It's the jackhammer's little brother.
Is that real?
There's info for you.
Hold on.
Ugh.
You just P612, right? P612. Okay, that didn't come up. I know there's a jackhammer mod. Ooh boy. Ooh, ooh boy. That's terrible.
You can try the cause.
The cause is
Or
such
the
a
scalpel.
the cause is such a general term. Because cause just refers to pretty much anything the military was trying to do with like flechettes or any of that.
This one's West Germany.
What was with all
Say,
Hey
that?
Dakota, do you remember that one time we followed that drone about 25,000 feet into the
Wait a
air?
goddamn second.
Yo.
Look at the cause, Dakota. Put it out in front of me
Yeah.
and look at it.
Yeah.
That was made by the. I think that was made by the G11 people. I remember seeing something about that.
West Germany.
Manufacturer. I don't see anything about manufacturer. Leaning over like this to see my second monitor is making my back crinkle. Paincore jackhammer. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. You know, I actually like this mod.
Any other kind of gun you would like to see in this wonderful repertoire? Ah, I know what he wants to see.
What in the fuck is that?
Gravity gun.
That is insane. Illogical. Insane. Take your pick.
Excuse me, the what?
The Railtator?
Oh.
Oh hey, it's the one guy's gun. The guy that does reloads of normal everyday objects. It's his Pringle cans thing. I
He made a
recognized that
Pringles
instantly.
cannon?
Yeah, remember he did the reload for the Pringles can where he opens it and like bolt action reloads it and all that.
Well, I mean, I know one gun. God. I hate how sensitive this game is.
Oh hey, yeah, there's
'Cause,
that
like,
gun.
yeah. I was gonna say, if you're talking about the tac to fuck to reloads, dude, son of a bitch. My favorite thing is that it makes fucking noises. Been a minute since I've played this game extensively.
Locomotion gun. Whoa.
Grappling hooks and shit.
Whoa. Remote
Yes.
missile launcher. What is this? The Flocket launcher from Crackdown 2?
Wait.
Whoa! Extendo. Hit yourself. Hit yourself. Hit yourself.
Yeah, fuck. Stabilize, please.
I want to know how these people got the goddamn strike wyvern in this game.
Oh, it. Uh, oh, there I am.
Oh, there I am. How big is this Moza Nagant mod? Oh, it's not big. Okay. Fucking if I
Want a
could
Carl Gustav?
say words. Oh, that what those are called?
Yes.
I just know it as an M5 recoilless from Battlefield. So that's what the Carl Gustav cannon is named after.
Boom.
I guess it's appropriate.
The Stenoffs here. Hey, Pickle. You want something to make you incredibly irrationally angry?
What in the... What is... Why does this feel so close to a stim, but yet so... That's hilarious.
It's chambered in 308.
That is hilarious. I don't know what you mean irrationally. This is fucking hilarious. I'm dying.
No. The buffer tube.
That's not a buffer tube. But... It's
I
got...
don't know what it is. It reciprocates when I shoot.
Well, because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be simulating recoil, so it's a recoiler. It's a recoil dampener. Well, because think... No, I refuse the reality where that is a buffer tube. That's not real.
It's almost as bad as, where is it?
Stop.
SMGs, right?
Just keep that idea and stop while you're ahead.
What?
This entire you know what's worse.
Oh no, I'm showing you.
Is that a
Give me that.
fucking... Huh? I don't even hate that. That is... I don't know where you would grab it, though.
You got your handle here. And,
you know what this really needs? You know what this really needs? A second Thompson grip on the front.
Oh no, my favorite thing is, okay, this gun shoots in either, I think it's what, 5-round burst? Or 15-round burst.
Okay, now that's cursed. You got me with
those
that
are your
one.
only two fire options.
You got me with that one. That's
And
acute retardation right there.
acute retardation.
The Viper Mark 1?
Oh, real quick. Where is it? There it is. You remember how we were talking about the Dardic Tround?
Yeah, it's for that. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I know.
It's got a weird ass loading system. I mean, it's weird all around, but I think it's cool. I think it's neat.
I really wish this fucking... It's... The stick drift is so minuscule. It's annoying that it's this egregious in this game. But yeah. There it is. What about this? I don't know what to call it. thing.
Oh. Oh. I don't like that.
Okay.
The feeling that that gives
there's
me in
not-
my pants is unpleasant.
Oh no. The site. I'm not sure if you can see
What do
the
you
site.
eat? What do
What it
you?
says.
What is the? What's the dot point on that? The last O?
The last O.
Mm. I see. Just gonna.
Just gonna purge that one from
I
memory.
was trying to drown myself actually, but it didn't work. What is that carbine? What the fuck is that carbine that's being displayed?
Which Oh, those are just generalized symbols, so.
Find me a weird
know.
carbine.
Hmm.
Now's the
Ah,
perfect time.
perfect.
Seen it. Been there. Done that.
I give you the Kalashna Luger.
I need something more
Fucking
cursed.
what?
I like that he put the detail in of the sight mount and the fact that it fires out of the top where the gas port is. I love that he put in that much detail to something so irreparably hellish.
Irreparably fucked.
Are there any
Oh,
other
pretty
weird
tall
ones?
is on my
Oh, what is
SSD.
that? What is the AR-18P?
No idea. Let's find out together.
Why does that look like a gun from TF2? Like, take the magazine out of it. That is a gun from TF2 right there.
Yeah, I could see it. Fuck.
Here, let me just note that down because that's actually a really funky looking gun. I want to put that in my campaign. What is that called? An AR-18?
AR-18-2.
You sure that's a 2 and not a P?
Or AR-18P.
I was like looking at it and
I started looking at the FAMAS G2.
Well, because when you said that, I was like, wait, am I more sleep deprived than he is, or is that the other way around? Because I don't see a 2 anywhere, but I could very well be wrong. Mauser Assault Carbine. I actually, you know what? All the people that say that's cursed, I think it looks dope as fuck. Not gonna lie.
Okay, that's actually pretty dope.
What is that? What the fuck is...
Hey Dakota, if you got a second, I found something and I want you to see it.
What is the M500 modified?
How do I load this?
Trick question, you don't. God himself does not want you to.
Yep.
Well, clearly God has...
Oh!
I immediately don't like that.
My lord. That is...
Look at the Dakota. Go back and
no.
look at the A... What is that? The MAC with the fucking... M1... M1600 A3000? Wait a goddamn second.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
What?
Well, cause what was his name? Not Sterling, not the Sterling machine gun guy, not Remington. Who the fuck designed? Oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Oh, well, I'll remember it at some point. But he designed a modular machine gun for the military, and it was supposed to be configurable into like a battle rifle, assault rifle. Pick up the normal one. Like an assault rifle and all this other stuff. That's the 22 that my dad has!
I was gonna say, isn't this the 22 you own?
Yeah! That's awesome that it's in this game. That's...
Hey, Dakota.
Why is
What?
it in
Got
this
just
game?
a second.
What?
I want to. You need to see this.
Bro. Yeah. Ooh.
Meow, meow,
Nice.
meow, meow. Oh,
I
meow,
figured out how it
meow,
works.
meow, oh.
Sort of.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh.
Oh, they made a
Here you
UI
go.
for here and everything.
You know what?
There you go.
Oh! It's a VZ58? I'm sorry. Look at the... Show me the page that is on that thing. Oh! Well, that's just the proper use for a VZ58.
There's
Micah
not a lot of
IR
PDWs.
missiles?
Any other category you want to take a look at? See what we can find.
I'm downloading it like
Excuse
a
me, how many missiles did you just
400 megabyte file off of the Nexus, so I don't know how well my connection's going to keep up. But it should be fine, considering Nexus has a hard limit on how fast your shit can go.
Well, how about I give you this one?
That's bad. I don't like it.
Oh no, it gets worse. It gets
I
much,
saw what you
much
spawned.
worse.
You're not surprising me.
How did I do this? Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh. You know what? Pulling the stock is objectively worse than anything I could have thought of.
You're torturing him again, aren't you?
Just a bit.
This is exceptionally just... You know, we're a civil country with laws, and people like this
No.
belong in hell. There's no prison bad enough for these people.
No. You haven't even seen the best part, the scope. I love the scope on this thing.
There's so
Digital
much going on in
semi-active
the
laser
scope.
seeker.
It's just a Nerf scope.
Do you hold everything with one hand in this game?
Half the time, yes, I do. I mean, it's almost as bad as
You know, that's just funny. Has anybody tested that?
what
That.
I think.
Like, I mean, with all the clamps that are on it, I have like this sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind that it wouldn't necessarily create shrapnel.
I'm a
that's
little
kinda
excited,
it
Dakota,
over here.
because it says that this modded aircraft has its own model exterior, interior, and variable flight behavior.
Why is my Nexus mods in German?
Die Scheiße, I can't.
Gaming ist besser wird mit kleinen fucking kostenloser Spiel. Spiel ganz voneinander und Twitch. I don't know why I'm getting German ads for Amazon. Meanwhile, everything else on this Nexus page is in English. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Gold Bond jump scare. What is
Dakota,
that?
help! I can't see.
That.
Ultimax Mark III. Wow.
Yep.
Do they have the P90 shotgun?
No.
No. Are you sure, though?
Yes. Because currently, these are mag-fed shotguns. So.
This is disappointing. What is that? Second to the last.
Which? Taz 106. One. It's Russian.
Oh! It's bolt
It's a-
action.
Fuck.
The moment you drop the magazine, I got another fucking Shaquille O'Neal jump scare.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Dude, Gold Bond commercials play way too fucking often on Nexus, apparently.
Okay.
What the fuck is that gun called? Oh, pipe
Oh.
gun reload.
Hey, Pixel. Pixel. You ready for something absolutely cursed?
Even if I was ready, I wouldn't tell you. No, I'm already not in favor of this. High treason.
No.
High treason.
No.
It's treason then.
What?
It's an open bolt, single shot shotgun.
I don't think I can be mad. That's... Innovative is not the right word, because it insinuates credit of some kind. And the only credit that should be given to the person that made this is cuffs. I don't like it, but I gotta admire the ingenuity.
Fair enough.
Fire in the dick.
Hey, the SH-10A. I like that shotgun. I
Hey,
think
Dakota.
it's wacky.
Excuse me. Mommy?
SH-10A. Oh, we also have this. You know.
What?
I can't believe this thing exists.
Man, nobody's made an animation for the pipe guns. I don't know why, but I'm surprised.
I am too. I wonder, what does this do to a door?
That's cursed. I'm getting it.
Not as bad as I thought it'd be.
It's 1 megabyte. Is there a video to watch?
You know,
for
isn't the
this?
trope typically LMGs get more stable the longer you fire them, Dakota?
Depends. It depends on your logic. Because, like, it could be
Well, I'm
that
currently
as you're
jumping-
firing them, the soldier is getting more used to the recoil, or it could be the logic of your first shots are your most accurate because your arms get tired as you're holding up the machine gun longer.
That's fair.
Why not just blow the fucking door off with that shotgun? Jesus.
I'm just currently unloading a PKM at a target 40 meters away Wait, I can see its tracers across the damn place.
Wait, I can just.
And before you ask, yes, I'm still playing VTOL VR. I reached out of my cockpit and just kind of.
Am I gonna take damage from this or? No. Okay.
The guy that made the almighty see-through scopes, see-through scopes mod, also made like a really tiny mod that just adds a bunch of makeshift pipe shotguns.
Yeah.
What? Isn't that literally TF2?
No. It's the test shotgun from the alpha days.
Motherfucker, you.
This nigga really named the fucking ammo for the rail potate salty.
What did I just hear?
You guys ever like really Jesus. You guys ever like really hear a train go by and you're like, I don't think we live that close to train tracks.
Yeah. We don't live that close to train tracks, my guy. You okay?
Sometimes I hear trains go like not right next to my house, but like I'll
Hey, Dakota,
hear them and I'm like, what? Like
Have you got just a second? I've got a joke in mind.
I've looked hard on Google Maps and we don't have train tracks near us.
Hold for a moment. I would like Hunter to witness me fly. You ready?
Okay. Ho 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 ho. You dropped that one. It's gone now.
I know.
You ready?
Not yet.
Come on. It's funny, I promise.
Ooh, that Russell's jimmies.
Sort of like your body subconsciously having a fucking panic attack when you're playing a VR aircraft game.
Yeah. Anywho's, let's set that there. I will try to watch.
Hmm? Now then. And these things are useless. The punchline was more the RPG than anything. I wholeheartedly expected to die when I did that, though. I love the fact that they put a fucking RPG.
I forgot I had this. Oh, that's right. I left the fucking screen share or thingamajig open.
Yeah, I needed to.
You hear my gunshots, aren't you?
I needed to
Worry
close
not.
it.
I'll fix both of our problems.
No, that's not what I meant to do.
Wait. Yes, I forgot about that. This is still the only game I've ever seen, Dakota, to incorporate the AK's bump reload.
What do you mean?
Pavlov is the only VR game I have that incorporates the AK's bump reload.
False.
No, I don't own a lot of milsim games. It's the only game I have.
contractors.
Why is this thing always just so reliable?
Because it's an AK?
I mean, Pickle, if I could draw your attention and Future's attention to the screen share, no.
Hmm?
What am I supposed to be looking at?
What are you doing, Dakota?
Get back here. It's a 74, but still close enough.
Huh.
Hey Dakota, do the Iraqi reload.
How?
Isn't it the one where you reach under the gun and push back the lever like that?
No.
Or the hammer, I mean. You know what I mean, the bolt.
No.
Hammers are for pistols.
Okay, so you're gripping the rifle with both your hands. Okay? So just get in that position.
Hang on. I
And-
can't hear you too well.
And what you
Give me just a
do,
second. Let me pause this. Okay, I'm listening.
what you do is you take your right hand, put it on the bolt, pull it back up against your shoulder, take your left hand, grab your new magazine, flick your old magazine out, and put your new magazine in, and then put your left hand back on the front of the gun, release it, and then grab the trigger
I have
area.
unfortunate news. One, I just killed myself. Two, unfortunately, due to how Pavlov's physics system works, I can't do that.
Very few of
Needless to
these
say, whilst I was listening to you, I loaded a revolver and played Russian roulette with myself on the floor. I lost the first shot.
Wow, bro, you suck at Russian roulette. That is a fucking desktop.
Bro, get up.
Dude, you are...
Wait, Dakota, you left Wallpaper Engine running.
Dakota, you got fat milkers on this desk. You're so lucky. You're so lucky that I don't have my stream tuned into the Discord right now.
Bro, Dakota, you can tell that Hunter's sleep deprived.
You know how fucking fast I would be demonetized right now. It's not
You're
like I make...
monetized in the first place?
God,
You're
I wish.
monetized? You're monetized?
God, I wish.
Bro, I'm killing myself again.
That'd be so funny. Dude, if I was monetized, you missed, bitch.
Anyone want to see me try to run Kill House and I suck at it, rest assured.
No, nobody wants to watch that, faggot.
But I'm gonna bring an RPG into the building and hit the first target with it. At least that was the plan.
Aha!
Take this scope off. This scope is for pansies. Real men
Damn
do
it.
it with the anti-material rifle iron. Michael Aaron Dakota knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh shit.
Okay, do you promise to not show tig old biddies?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, give me a second.
my stream is specifically tuned to Pavlov. You can't see the rest of my.
Yeah, but your stream's Korean. I'm mainly
Yeah.
showing the Discord stuff so that there's something on screen, because I'm just in the background downloading mods before I start up Fallout again.
Okay, don't do mine. I'm gonna make sure that tiggle bitties are put away.
Decency, woman, decency.
Christ alive, man! He's already dead.
Put on some clothes. I've already got an entire hazmat suit on. Take off some clothes.
8. Okay, so it holds 8 plus 1. Got it.
Let's do.
Du-du-du-du-du-du-du.
You're so weird.
All right, there.
Bro, what happened to that guy? What happened to Bro's face?
Alright, I got
There.
the stream something to
If
watch.
it goes back, then it's just gonna be a Gelgoog.
Gelschmoog.
Schmelgoog.
Fucking Michael
like
told me
Schmelgoog.
that when he tried to pronounce Gelgoog, he pronounced it Gulag.
Yeah.
Nobody ever told me about that.
We're just sitting here actually eviscerating bodies with buzzsaw fire. They weren't empty. Take me to the World War II range. They put me in chaos, does it? No, it's the right one. Man, why can't I hold this thing when the magazine is like a man? This
Damn it.
thing has no fucking recoil.
Oh,
Yeah, I've just kind of been sitting here fucking about with every gun under the sun.
I don't know why, but this mod went from 2 minutes
feel like this
left
thing is
to
armed.
38 minutes left.
That grenade was not armed. Okay, how do I finish priming this thing? Oh no.
Shit.
Ow. Alright, boys, let's go.
Pick the soldier's rocket launcher from TF2 and just spawn like a fuck ass load of rockets underneath you and then shoot them.
Yeah, I would, but the catch with that is that if I do that, then I have to reset the game.
Hey Dakota, speaking of rockets.
Like Ethan did that one time when you first got a VR headset. And we walked.
Oh, that was amazing.
We walked back in, and after like 30 minutes, Ethan was still just sitting there spawning rockets, and he was like, "Yeah, the game's lagging.
What? I must have missed the memo on this one,
The
Dakota.
game's lagging a little bit now, so I better shoot them now." And he just fired, and literally the map disappeared. He went so far, so fast into the sky that I don't think he came back down for like a solid 5 minutes.
Oh, we left him sitting there for 5 minutes just to see if he would come back down. He never did.
Yeah, I think he left the map area.
Yeah, I had to Alt F4 the game in order to get it back.
It's buzzsaw time, Dakota.
Advice, kids. The pigeons in the park are free. You could take
Advice, kids. Affix bayonets!
Advice, kids.
Whoa, Dakota! Bayoneted weapons in the World War II mode make swing noises whenever you swing them.
Swing.
Swing.
What game are you talking about?
Pavlov.
What game are you talking about? What game are you
I'm gonna
talking
take
about?
this Mosin and I will shoot myself.
Okay.
Doesn't Into the Radius let you flick the AK mag out?
Don't know. I don't use the AK in Into the Radius.
He's American! Dweeb.
No, it's just
You mean Chad?
because the AK doesn't feel like it has enough oomph in it.
Man, they really need a good throwing knife system. And awesome. You know, I was about to say something involving your friendly neighborhood Nazis, and then I just remembered.
You're in a call with one?
I was gonna say I'm trying to be good for Hunter and his little videos, but
Nancy's.
Nah.
SKS deployed.
Alright. H3 VR space program and go. Bye, Cube.
Clearly you didn't spawn 400 of them like Ethan did.
Yeah, no. It is,
Dakota, why can't
Oh my god!
I just shoot
remembered
grenades in
that
this
now
game
that
and
you
make
brought
them
up
go
the
off?
menu. Remember, Ethan went so far that the menu was like disoriented and not like
yeah.
spatially existent.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I had to Alt F4 Ethan's when he did it. Hmm.
Hacha! Suckers.
Oh, fuck. I just thought about that. Since my Fallout 4 crashed, I'm gonna have to, like, go back and fucking... I don't know what save it'll leave me on. That's the main issue. Let's go here.
Mod
go here.
browser.
Downloads these 3 mods. Put them motherfuckers in there. Yeah. Yep.
Mod size 1.37
Mod
gigabytes.
size. Your mom.
Gigabytes.
Terabytes. Titabytes.
Yo.
I don't care what kind
That's
of
actually
ussy
not
you
gonna be
got,
good
you ain't getting none.
Just, are you okay? Son, is you alright?
That boy ain't right. That boy ain't right. Yeah. SDI. I mean, wait.
Enable the virtual stock
SID.
settings if you
No, wait.
purchased ability.
DSI. No. ISD. No. IDS? No. Oh, SPI. I'm fucking retarded. Had to go through the whole fucking dictionary to find that one.
Alright, boys, we in this. This is a Pavlov stream now.
This is a Pavlov stream now. This is most definitely not a Pavlov stream. Don't listen to him.
A Deagle on wave 1?
Fuck!
Stop scaring me with the Gold Bond commercials. Jesus.
God forbid I get to enjoy this game. Wave 2, completely and utterly annihilated by them. And the impracticality and lack of... Yeah, I guess Milsims just ain't my thing. How many bullets can a Beretta hold again, Dakota?
A number. It depends on the variant of Beretta.
Zombies don't move like that! Just because you're dead doesn't give you a reason to crab walk sideways at 20 miles an hour.
Ooh, that's an idea. Let's go fuck around there. I'm probably gonna do abysmally. Can you leave me alone? Where is it? God damn it, Anton, where are you hiding shit on me? There it is. Time to... Oh.
One just dropped in behind me, didn't it?
Okay. That sucked. Shut up, game.
Really not digging this. And this is on easy? Fucking shit. Nah, bro, we're doing this in Stalingrad.
Uh-oh. Fucking professional at this shit, ain't I?
They've got ballistic shields in this game now? Taking hits. Point blank headshotted. Fuck it. Dinner plate it is.
Lemon.
God, please tell me that what I'm loading into is not too far away from what I was doing. What is with this game and not auto-saving anymore? Are you fucking serious? All of that work gone because the game did not auto-save not once a single fucking time? Not fucking once. Why? Because I turned on survival mode for 5 seconds? And the game was like, well, we can't autosave anymore, clearly. Didn't I accidentally make a fucking quick save or something? No.
Hey, your stream's no longer tuned into me, right?
Yeah, why?
Okay. Because I was gonna swap games.
I mean,
Game cocked me out of my ballistic shield. Where is it? I guess I got a deagle in another one, too.
Lemon.
Yeah. This ain't it.
You know, I had a decent bit of it. Oh well. What? Why were you gonna turn off the lights? Oh. Just done for the right now, I take it.
how do you get a Brahmin to produce fertilizer?
How do you get a Brahmin?
No, how do you get a Brahmin to produce fertilizer? I've got a random
you need a
ass
feed
Brahmin.
trough.
I've got the feeding trough, but it says the Brahmin's unassigned. Fuck. Can I assign the Brahmin to do something or something like that?
I don't think. And as for fertilizer production, it'll just be passive. Hey, 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 hey!
Another day has begun. Surely you do not need all of that?
Yes? I can patch you up if you need it. For a small fee, of course. Been out of the loop. Lot of sick. Let me know if that changes. If you need fixing up, let's get a look. Not many doctors around these days. Should let me take a look at you. All right, but go easy on the chems. I can patch you up if you need it. For a small fee, of course. Very well. Sure. Not many doctors around these days. Should let me... Yeah? You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach. My back hurts, my feet hurt, everything hurts. Lost track of how many blisters I got. Another day of hard work. It never changes. Don't much care for Good Neighbor. That place is nothing but trouble. Yes? Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
What's up? I'm busy.
Sure thing.
Fuck. We should probably set up some railings up here.
gonna go get food and then prep for departure to Dallas.
Damnless.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, we're doing this the lazy way.
I wonder what you have made now.
Out of my way, Curie. Out of my way. Fucking robot.
Of course.
What are you assigned to? The fuck? I don't even know what that symbol is, but I assume it's important. Unless it's this symbol. It may be that thing. Oh yeah. I guess... if there's a way to have people actually go through the door, then I shall make sacrifice of the door of Curie. Curie.
You need something, yes?
Go over there. Thank you so much. Structures, concrete, wall, half wall. We'll put it on. Nah, we kinda. Yeah. As they were scrambling and half of them were out of the way. I think she might have helped them out, but she was laying next to the pool and the puppies I guess they know where she is. They were kind of climbing over. Two of them were on her, so I just put the rest on. I told Yvonne that if he woke up and they were still out, that was. I will. prepared today, and so I keep going to sleep after this. It's for the past this morning. 2 weeks I've been going to sleep at like 10 and 11 and waking up at a normal time. So the past 3 days, hard balling until like 4 o'clock and then passing out. And it doesn't feel good, so.
Please order. Fuck. Oh. I just. Leave. Boy, you have glad. Right. Yeah, but
Truly remarkable. Okay. I'm back. Since I'm not monetized, I will be playing whatever videos that I'm watching in the background because I'm probably not going to be making enough commentary to fill up the whole stream. I mean, there's no viewers as it is. At least I don't. I would be very surprised if there was. But for the time being, I will switch back over to gameplay. But I can't have Fallout open if I'm in my other windows. So we'll be getting some videos to watch. Mostly listen to. I want listenable stuff. Horror story is no. Man, I really can't find a lot of videos. I'm pretty sure all this will be the same audio level for you guys. So.
I bought my first house that I currently still live in 2 years ago. I was in the unpacking and settling in phase. At the time, I was single and living alone, but I just figured it was time for a house. I had a couple friends over to help me unload a truck full of boxes, and I paid them with food since they wouldn't accept money. They hung around for a few hours after just to hang out. When my friend Dale went to the bathroom, he came back and said he heard some noises from inside the walls, and that it sounded like there were some pipe issues. I took note of it, and the two of them left a little later. Since it was a Saturday, I stayed up pretty late on my laptop watching Netflix. However, I was hearing some light thumping sounds from above me, which was odd because my bedroom is upstairs. The only thing that could be above me would be the attic. Then I remembered Dale's comments about the noises from inside the walls. I went to the attic door and pulled it down, and I actually had to take a deep breath because I was a bit nervous. I climbed the stairs into the attic and pulled the light switch down. One very dim yellow light buzzed on, just barely lighting up the attic. The noises in the walls stopped though. Either that, or the noises just weren't coming from the attic, I imagined. With no boxes up there yet, it was just basically a big empty space. I could clearly see no one was up there. The only things in the entire attic were a couple giant framed paintings leaning on one of the walls. I went back down to my room and tried to get some sleep. I heard the noises again. Now I started to fear there was a small animal on the walls, like a raccoon. The sound still seemed to be coming from directly above my room. It had to be in the attic. So once more, I went up into the attic and looked to where I thought would be directly above my bedroom. The thing is, the attic didn't seem to extend the entire length of the house, so there's a wall covering where the section above my room should be. I walked over to the wall just to listen for potential noises, and I did hear noises from the other side of this wall. And I looked at the two paintings leaning on the wall, how they were slightly angled. My heart started to race. I walked to the paintings, the slightly angled one upwards off the wall, revealing a big hole in the wall. It took a few seconds for the reality to sink in. As I held the painting at an upright position, the painting was suddenly pushed out of my grip to fall flat on the floor. I nearly had a heart attack. Out from the hole came a sickly-looking girl. She seemed to be high on something. She was shaking, making weird noises. She would start this creepy laughing. She grabbed onto me and dug her nails into my shoulders so hard I screamed. I pushed her as hard as I could off of me. She fell backwards into the secret room, and I ran to the exit and shut the attic door behind me. I locked myself in my room as I called the police and reported that a crazy, dangerous person was in my attic. Cops arrived within 5 minutes. 3 cop cars ended up pulling up, and there were a total of 5 police officers in my house. 4 of them went into the attic, and I heard the struggle. The girl screamed like a creature, and it sounded like she was trying to attack the officers, which led to her getting tased. They finally managed to get her in cuffs and carry her out of the attic and outside to one of the cars. The girl had to be like anywhere from 25 to 35 years old, but like I said, she looked sickly. While the officers were still in the house, I went into the attic to examine the secret room. Inside was a pile of blankets, a dirty pillow, a lot of food wrappers, and human waste in one corner. It seemed as though this girl had been up there for a long time. It was truly a nightmare to discover this on my first night in my new house. The girl was taken to a nearby psychiatric center to get her the help she needed. My dad helped me buy my first house when I was 28. I was never spoiled, but my dad always had a lot of money. When I wanted a house, he lent me a large amount of cash. The previous owners of the house were an elderly couple. As far as I know, the husband died many years before I moved in. The wife died just a few weeks before I bought the house. The son of the couple who sold me the house kept a lot of the furniture in the house for me, and he took only what he really needed or wanted, which made things easier for me, less furniture to buy. I did dump some of the more outdated stuff on the curb though, including this old rocking chair that was sitting in the living room. A lot of the furniture just had an older, creepy vibe that I didn't want in the house. The next day, I was cleaning out more junk in the upstairs section of the house for most of the day. A lot of it was heavy lifting, so I'd take breaks in between, and this ate up most of the day. I didn't really get an ounce of sleep the night before, as I have a mild form of insomnia which affects me certain nights. That second night, having moved into the house, I went out to get some Chinese for dinner because I had no energy to cook. When I got back, I was disturbed to find the front door was unlocked. Now, I truly don't remember if I had simply forgotten to lock it or not. I wanted to believe I forgot, but it just seemed so unlikely I'd forget to do that, especially with my brand new house. I started flicking on every light of every room on the main floor. The more light, the safer I'd feel. I then proceeded up the stairs to do the same there, in the common area and in all 3 bedrooms. There was also a basement to the house that I'd only been down inside once at that point. It was not a big basement like you would expect though. It was kind of just a small storage space where the washer and dryer happened to be. I was already feeling a lot more confident that I had just simply forgotten to lock the door, but I still had to check the basement before I could confirm this. I opened the basement door and I flicked on the light. As I got halfway down the stairs, I saw an old rocking chair sitting in the middle of the basement. I didn't remember it being there the first time I saw the basement, and when I stood over it, I could swear it was the same rocking chair I had thrown away the night before. If not the same one, at least an identical one. I looked around the basement though, and there wasn't anyone down there, so I did calm down just a bit. I headed back upstairs to eat my Chinese food. I remember leaving the basement door cracked open though, which sat right next to the kitchen, and I started hearing rickety, creaking sounds from downstairs. I ran to the basement door and I tried to turn on the light, but it wouldn't turn on this time. All I could think was, what the hell was that noise? I went to the kitchen to grab my flashlight from under the sink, and I went a quarter of the way down the stairs with the flashlight beaming down to the bottom, and I saw the rocking chair moving, and someone was sitting in it. It was an old woman with gray, curly hair, glasses, and she was dressed in a pink nightgown. Her head slowly turned to be looking up at me. I gasped and left the basement, closing the door this time. I don't know what I was immediately thinking at that point. All I knew was I had to call the police. But when they came, they searched the whole basement with me, and we didn't find anyone. There were also no hidden compartments or exits down there where she could have escaped through. At a certain point, the cops started looking at me like I was crazy, I knew it, and pretty soon they left. I had the contact details of the son of the couple who owned the house before me, so I called him up around 8 or 9 p.m. and described the lady to the best of my ability. He sounded shook and started to cry over the phone, and said I just perfectly described his mother and her favorite nightgown. He said he'd be right over. He got to the house within the hour, and we went downstairs together. He seemed to be in shock the whole time. I could see his hands shaking. He ended up leaving with the rocking chair after a while of talking with me and being very emotional. It may have been emotional for him, but it was the scariest thing I could have possibly ever witnessed with my own eyes. It still stands to be. I kept the basement door locked 24/7 after that, and I'd be scared to do laundry for months. But after half a year of nothing happening, it wasn't that bad. I only lived in that house a year and a half, though.
Yeah, it really is a wonder it can move.
When I was 12 years old,
Back again?
my family moved to a new
Time to
house
do
in the
business?
countryside of Louisiana, located near a small village.
Always happy to make a
We'd
sale.
always lived in rural areas, definitely grew up unfamiliar to the city lifestyle or anything even remotely close to that. The property was 3 acres and very private. On the second night at that house, our dog Parker, who would sleep in my room, started barking and growling in the middle of the night. When he saw that I sat up in my bed, his tail started wagging, but he'd continue to bark and growl. I couldn't tell what he was looking at. He was just looking towards the corner of the room. I checked the closet and nothing, so I told Parker to shut up, and he did. But I did keep hearing him lift his head off his bed every once in a while, reacting to something. The next day, an older man came and knocked on the front door. My dad answered while I was in the living room watching cartoons. I heard the whole interaction. The old man introduced himself as Gene, the next door neighbor. My dad told me to come over and introduce myself, so I did. Gene seemed very kooky and aloof. Even my 12-year-old self could realize that, but he seemed nice, I guess. The next day, I was in the backyard playing Pokemon on my Game Boy. My dad was in the front of the house mowing. The rest of my family wasn't home. Oddly enough, over walks Gene wearing a farmer's hat and overalls, talking to me in his thick southern accent, asking what I was up to. He actually sat down at the table with me, which made me uncomfortable, especially considering he just walked into our backyard. Albeit there was no fence separating the front and backyard, but still. I told him I was playing Pokemon, and he knew what it was, immediately making Pikachu noises trying to be funny, but it was just unsettling. I started to realize there really was something off about this guy. My dad came to the backyard with a lawnmower, then turned it off when he saw Gene sitting next to me. He approached us and said hello with a smile, but I could tell based on my dad's face and tone that he was slightly confused what he was doing in our backyard. He never asked him that, but my dad told me I needed to go inside and wash the dishes. I knew he was trying to get me away from him. A few minutes later, my dad came in and asked me if Gene just walked into our yard, and I said yeah. That's when he told me he didn't want me around that guy anymore, and to let him know if I saw him again. It wasn't until a few nights later that I woke up to Parker growling and barking again. This time he was looking at the window. I got up to open the window just to hear if something was going on out there. Quickly after opening the window, without seeing anybody out there, I heard Gene imitating Pikachu noises again, in his creepy old man's voice. I ran out of my room screaming Dad repeatedly. When I told my dad Gene was outside my window, he stormed outside to check. But when he couldn't find him on the property, he went to Gene's house next door. But here's the twist. That Gene guy didn't live next door. An older woman answered the door and had no idea who he was. So my dad went to every single neighboring house, and nobody had ever heard of a Gene. My dad called the police to report the man. Police said they would be on the lookout for him, and it even made the news. We never again saw or heard from Gene, or whatever his real name was. When me and my troublemaking friends were 13 years old, one of the many rowdy and mischievous things we would do would be Saturday night ding-dong ditch sessions. 10 years ago, we all lived on the same block in a typical suburban neighborhood. At the time, there were a lot less houses and more woods though. I'm going to make up names for my friends for the case of this story. There was Mark, James, and Matt. Either Mark or James were usually the ones to go up to the houses and ring the bells. Matt and I, on the other hand, would usually find hiding spots right away. We hit about 5 or 6 houses. I remember all of the men who answered the doors gave pretty much the same reactions. They'd step out onto the stoop, one or two would yell something, and then they'd walk back inside. For a couple of houses, we'd ring the bell again for a better reaction. One guy yelled he was calling the cops the second time, so when he shut his door, we all booked it down the street and went to the next block over. As I mentioned, 10 years ago in this neighborhood, there were patches of wood sitting where houses sit today. On the next block over, there were a few patches of wood surrounding some of the houses, and the houses on this block seemed to be more unkempt. The first house on the block was across the street from the patch of woods, which made for a perfect hiding spot. The house was kind of run down looking. Tall grass, a ratty old car with a cover on it in the driveway, and overall just a small house. Mark went up to ring the bell. He barely had time to make it across the street before the door opened. It was another man to answer the door. This guy really big, about 6 foot and stocky build. Unlike the others, he was furious immediately. He walked around his whole front yard checking the bushes, yelling threats. We all laughed as we always did. Eventually, he finally went back inside. Mark waited a few minutes, checked the windows, and then ran back up the stoop to ring the bell again. I didn't envy him with this house. I would not be bold enough to ring that man's bell again. Mark knew he probably didn't have as much time, so he ran to the side of the house and out of sight. The door opened much quicker this time, and this time the man came out with a rifle in his hand. We all looked at each other, simultaneously going, "Oh shit," under our breath. The man checked all the places he checked before, and then a few extra places this time, like behind his car, behind a couple trees, and then he walked to the center of his lawn and just stood there, as if he were thinking. He looked around, and then his head stopped as he was facing us in the woods. Me, Matt, and James looked at each other. We ducked lower in hopes that he didn't see us. After 10 seconds of staring in our direction, the man went back into his home. And then, we saw him appear at his front window, standing still like a statue, looking in our direction in the woods once again. We saw Mark creeping back over to the man's front door, but there was nothing we could do. We were too afraid to move or yell anything. Mark rang the bell once again and ran for it. The man didn't move though, at least not for another minute. Then he turned and walked away from the window. We didn't see Mark again, but we were still too nervous to move or say anything. The next thing I remember, we heard Mark's voice from across the street yelling, "Run." We didn't understand until we heard someone running up from behind us, realizing upon turning our heads that it was the man from across the street with his rifle in hand, pointed at us. We ran like little prey from a predator to Mark, who was waiting for us across the street. We ran for blocks until we were sure we lost him. Mark explained that he yelled when he saw the man sneaking across the street into the patch of woods with his gun. We didn't report him or any of what happened. We just told a few friends and that was it. Luckily the house was many blocks from us, so we never really had to pass it again. I lived in a house from hell for a couple of weeks. I was a college student and my parents were paying for a house for me to live in. I'm spoiled, I know. Well, the house was modest, nothing fancy or huge, and I was happy with it. Well, for the first few days anyway. Then things quickly started getting strange. On a rainy Saturday with nothing to do, I was watching TV for a few hours. That was when I heard a scrape on my living room floor. I looked around the room thinking an animal got into the house or something. I sat back down and resumed watching TV. That was the first weird occurrence. The rain continued throughout the rest of the day and into the night, which made for an excuse to not go out. I stayed in watching more TV in the living room. I perked up when I thought I heard something from the kitchen. Laughably, I took a pillow with me as, I guess, some sort of weapon and walked over to the kitchen doorway. There, in the middle of the dark kitchen, was a box of Cheerios on the floor, spilling out hundreds of the tiny O's. I had no idea how that could have happened. Nevertheless, I dropped the pillow and began cleaning up the Cheerios off the floor. As I was doing so, I heard a creak, like the sound weak areas of a wood floor make when someone steps on them. It was by the kitchen table. I looked up, but nobody was there. I knew I was going crazy now. Every little sound must have been making me paranoid. I cleaned the Cheerios and went back to watching TV. The thunder outside was getting louder as the bulk of the storm seemed to be passing overhead. Yet I found it to be strangely relaxing. That was the last thing I remember, appreciating the sound of the storm outside, before waking up from what seemed to be an hour-long doze. The TV was still on, but that wasn't what woke me. I remember believing I woke up to a bang or thud from downstairs. Regardless, I turned off the TV and marched upstairs to bed. The next day was normal, as was the day after that. It wasn't until the next gray, rainy day that strange things started happening again. I woke up in my bed that morning feeling like I had been drinking all night the night before. I felt sicker than I'd ever felt with any hangover before. I didn't do much walking around that day. The gloomy dark weather only made me more bedridden. I left the TV in my bedroom on all day just as background noise, with a garbage pail by my side in case I had to puke. At midday, I muted the TV after hearing sounds coming from above me. The attic. The attic door was actually in my bedroom, and most of the attic was built over that bedroom. It wasn't just one thud I heard, it was 3 or 4. I managed to get out of bed, despite the fact that every time I moved I wanted to puke. I pulled the string to the attic door down, took one of my old baseball bats with me, and climbed up the steps. I pulled the light switch down to light up the attic. There were a few old boxes that must have belonged to the previous owners scattered about, but I couldn't see any living things to produce those noises. I climbed back down quickly because I was kind of scared of that attic. There were no more noises. Until that night. I woke up to, at first, what I thought was thunder, still feeling a bit sick. The familiar sound of a thud from up in the attic gave me chills. I pulled the string to the attic door back down, took my baseball bat once again, and climbed up the stairs. I made myself angry and screamed in the most intimidating voice I could. But before I could turn the light on, I heard the sound of a child giggling in the pitch-black attic. Words cannot describe the feeling of weightlessness, the feeling of my insides dropping inside of my body, the fear that I felt. The word fear is not enough to describe what I felt at that moment. I was out of that house so fast, I don't even remember running. I called my dad in the cold rain and asked him to pick me up. I explained everything the best I could. My parents saw how emotional I was about this, and in a weird sense, I think they believed me. I packed all of my things up with my parents the next day and moved back home. To this day, I'm convinced what I experienced in that house was completely paranormal. I used to work as a maid for some old lady for a couple of weeks when I was 20. She had a really big yet old house on a property that could have been beautiful if she had actually taken care of it. She had 2 acres of land surrounded by woods in 3 directions and the road on the other. The house itself was ancient, mostly made of wood, and the interior was really, really dark. She would often keep the blinds shut in some rooms for reasons I didn't understand. I would sometimes open the blinds to let some sunlight in, only to find that she'd have shut them by the next time I entered the room. She lit some rooms by candle, which made the house seem even more prehistoric from the inside. To top it off, the wood floors were creaky as hell just about everywhere in the house. The woman's name was Mel. She was around 70 years old. The kind of work Mel would have me do would be mostly physical stuff that she couldn't do very well anymore, like sweeping, dusting, cleaning dishes, doing laundry, sorting mail, and other things of that sort. One weekend, Mel asked me to sleep there for a night or 2. The house had like 4 bedrooms, yet she lived alone, so it wasn't an issue. All this takes place over the course of a Friday, and technically a Saturday as well. I arrived as per usual on Friday, speaking very few words to Mel. I dropped my backpack full of my clothes and cosmetics onto the bed in the bedroom that I was going to be sleeping in. As I turned to the door, I saw Mel standing by the doorway. She had a creepy way about her, and this entrance was no exception. She didn't say hello, which wasn't as weird as it sounds. She just instructed me to clean the bedroom right away. After that, she just told me to simply straighten up the whole house, and then she went upstairs. I didn't see her for the rest of the day, but I would occasionally hear her walking around upstairs in her bedroom. It was weird, she would seem to walk back and forth. There were no TVs in this house, so I didn't know what she could have been doing. One thing that I found bizarre was how protective she was of her basement. She made it clear it was completely off-limits and she didn't want me going down there. Nighttime came and I went to bed early. This was before smartphones were a thing, so I didn't even know what time it was. It was probably 9 or 10 o'clock. For the first few hours, everything was peaceful. However, I still had trouble falling asleep, given that it was the most uncomfortable bed I'd ever been in. It felt like hours later when I started hearing footsteps outside my room on the creaky floors. It sounded like Mel was passing my room really slowly. Maybe she was just going to the bathroom. A few minutes later, I heard her footsteps again. But then she stopped outside my door this time. I sat up and listened. I could hear the creaking from behind the door of Mel standing there, and it was starting to creep me out. She finally walked away. I heard her go down the stairs, and then I heard a door open and close from downstairs. I had a feeling it was the basement door. It was a while later that I heard the door open and close again, and then heavy, slow footsteps coming up the creaky stairs. The footsteps once again came to my door, then stopped. I sat up once again to listen, and I could hear creaks of pressure on the floor outside the door.
And then I heard the doorknob start to turn. I laid back down and pulled the sheets over me and pretended to be asleep. I heard Mel take a few steps into the room, pause, and then leave. She went back to her room and shut the door. I was a bit disturbed. This was very bizarre behavior. I waited about half an hour before deciding I had to see what was in that basement. I got out of the rickety bed, tiptoed to the door, and then tiptoed down the stairs the best I could. I opened the heavy basement door, flipped on the lights, and crept down the stairs. I made it to the bottom step and held in the urge to scream. There were 2 old wooden chairs dead center in the basement, and there were 2 of what I could only describe as decaying corpses with wigs on them sitting in them. The sight of a bug crawling on one of them made me want to puke even more. I brought myself to walk deeper into the basement, closer to the corpses. I had to make sure they were real. Both of the corpses had men's wigs on them. The bigger of the 2 also had a beret on. I don't know much about corpses or their rate of decaying, but I'd say these corpses were both almost a year old. I felt like my heart stopped momentarily when I heard footsteps coming from upstairs on the first floor. I couldn't make it to the light switch. I had no time. I hid behind one of the couches in the basement as I heard slow, heavy footsteps coming down one creaky stair at a time. I had my hands covering my mouth as I heard Mel reach the last stair. I heard her whisper my name. For half a second, I looked around the couch and saw Mel halfway across the basement already with a big kitchen knife in her hand. I knew she would be too slow to catch me, so I ran for it to the stairs. She screamed my name and followed as fast as she could. When I made it to the first floor of the house, I ran upstairs to the bedroom I was sleeping in to grab my backpack. By the time I ran back downstairs, Mel was at the top basement step. I ran out the front door and to my car. I turned it on, caught my breath, looked to the front door of the big old house, and saw Mel standing there. I drove off the huge property and down the road, making it back home within 10 minutes. Fortunately, I never gave Mel any of my information, such as my address or my phone number, so she was never able to contact me again. If I had to guess, I'd say one of those corpses belonged to her dead husband that she'd mentioned twice to me. As for the other, smaller corpse, I have no idea. But regardless, it was a disturbing scene to witness, and something was way off about that woman. I'm 30 years old, and I share a house with my sister. It's a 2-floor house, a mother-daughter house, meaning it has 2 kitchens. My sister takes the downstairs, I take the upstairs. My sister isn't home a lot because she often stays with her boyfriend who lives 20 miles away. Like I said, I'm 30. I shouldn't let being home alone ever freak me out. But admittedly, sometimes it does. This happened on a night that I was home alone in my living room watching a scary movie. My part of the house is an open layout, so the living room, dining room, and kitchen are all one big space. My couch is in the middle of the space, so as I watch TV on the couch, my back is to a large part of the room behind me. So for those a little more easily spooked, it wouldn't be the most comfortable place to be sitting alone watching a scary movie. I'll admit, as I watched in the dark room with nothing but the light from the TV to cancel the darkness of the room, I found myself glancing over my shoulder a lot. I like to think I'm not the only 30-year-old male that does that. But anyway, after the movie, I brushed my teeth, turned off all the lights in the house, then went to sleep. My sleep lasted for about 2 hours. I woke up around 1 a.m., and I wasn't sure why I woke up at first. Then I heard a voice downstairs. It sounded like my sister. It sounded like she was inside the house, so it's not like she was calling for me to open the door. But still, I
I knew it was my sister's voice. I didn't know what she was yelling up to me though, but I was still groggy and not thinking straight. All I could think was that she must have been calling for me, or arguing with her boyfriend. So I got out of bed and went into the pitch black hall. I turned on the hallway lights and then made my way through the living room and heard my sister's voice again from downstairs. Now I could understand her to be saying my name. I made my way downstairs in the dark, yelling back at her, "What is it?" I looked for the light switch in the foyer downstairs, but couldn't find it. I'm not lying when I say I was groggy as hell. I walked down her little hallway towards her kitchen, find a light switch, and flick it on. The light in the kitchen lights up her little apartment, including her living room. The light starts off dim and needs time to brighten up, but I still saw that there was no one down there. Not her, not her boyfriend. I went to her bedroom, but it was empty. I called her name really loudly one time. No one called back, but shortly after I yelled, I heard something drop to the floor in my sister's bedroom, which I had just checked, and it was empty. I went back up the stairs like a little kid and went back to my bed to where my phone was. I tried to call her a few times, but she didn't pick up. I had myself locked in my room, wondering if I had just hallucinated all of that. Eventually I fell asleep, and in the morning I woke up to text from my sister asking why I called her at 1 a.m. I asked her if she was home last night, and she told me no, she was currently staying at her boyfriend's house. I went downstairs to her bedroom to see what may have fallen down on the floor. There was not a single object on the floor that could have made that noise. I'm led to believe I hallucinated everything I heard that night. That's what I want to believe, because the alternative would be much more harmful. I've never really hallucinated anything else, or had any kind of sleep disorders. How vividly I heard my sister's voice, and that sound in her room, really freaks me out. I was left home alone a lot as a kid, just due to the fact that my mom was single for a good chunk of my upbringing, and she worked as an RN in crappy RN, and my brother went away to college. This was a night that my mom was working in overnight. It was a weekend night, so I had this girl Molly over who I was talking to, and she hung out for a while. We watched a couple movies and whatnot, and eventually she had to go home because her parents don't like her out late, so I was left alone to hold down the fort. I continued to watch TV in my room and bed. My bedroom is upstairs next to the backyard, so when someone dragged one of the chairs on the deck outside, I heard it. I got up and looked out the window. I saw someone sitting on one of the deck chairs down below. I called Molly's name thinking it was her. After all, she'd only left under 10 minutes ago. Whoever it was looked up at me, but it wasn't Molly. I immediately pulled away from the window to hide. It was not anybody I recognized. Not in the darkness, at least. I texted a few close friends in our group chat if it was one of them messing with me. The ones who answered all said no, and asked what I was talking about. I didn't really believe any of my friends would come to my house to mess with me like that anyway. Scared shitless, but still curious, I slowly walked back over to the window to look down again, and that person was still sitting in the chair, looking up at my window. It was a he, that much was clear, and he definitely saw me. I hurried away from the window again to turn off the TV. I sat in my bed in a ball basically, with my arms wrapped around my knees. I waited in darkness for a while. I didn't even want to turn my phone screen on because I was scared he'd see the light. I didn't even want to move because the window was opened and I feared that he'd hear any movement I made. I wanted him to assume I was just no longer in the bedroom. I waited enough time. It had to be a solid 5 minutes of just sitting there. I highly doubted that man outside could still be there. I finally mustered up the courage to get up and look out the window. I felt a little part of me die inside when I saw he was still down there, looking up at my window. Instead of running away from the window again, I tried to be brave and said down to him, "What do you want?" I then noticed his shoulders started to go up and down as if he were laughing really hard, but he didn't make any kind of audible laughing sounds at first, till I heard a slight whistling sound coming from him. It seemed like he was laughing so hard that he was wheezing. I asked him to please go away, then walked away from the window again. I went back to my bed. I was scared to call the police for some reason. I left my room and sat at the top of the stairway listening. The back door was being pushed. He was trying to get into the house. I ran back to my room to hide again. I was 14, I didn't know what else to do. Eventually I heard the front door's doorknob being fiddled with, and he was trying to push the front door open as well. He gave up quickly, thank God. I closed my bedroom window and curtains. If our doors weren't locked, I could have been killed easily. I was skinny and weak when I was 14 and definitely not a fighter. I didn't leave my room again that night until my mom got home around 9. I told her what happened, and her reaction was angry at me for not calling 911, and in hindsight, that was very stupid of me. One of the many things I did, or rather didn't do at a young age, that I questioned greatly.
Boston Common. Can we explore?
We will explore later.
This was the story of how I almost died as a young kid, home alone. Possibly the most intense night of my life with way too much going on. We're a family of 5. I was 10 at the time. My older brother was 14, my little sister was 5. It was a Friday night. My brother was out with his friends causing trouble, clearly, because a dreaded phone call came to my parents. All I remember was I was in my room playing a Star Wars video game when I heard my mom start freaking out crying. I got really scared, ready to see what was wrong. My mom was on the phone with the hospital, calling to inform my parents that my brother had gotten hit by a car. Obviously, we were all shaken and really scared. My brother's leg was broken, but I don't know what else was said on the phone. All I know is my parents hurried to get their coats on and got my little sister from her room and asked me if I was okay to stay home alone. I said yes, and they hurried out to the car and left. I was of course really worried for my brother, but I really didn't want to go to the hospital and see him in any kind of bad condition. I don't think my parents wanted me or my sister to either, but they didn't want to leave my 5-year-old sister home without them. It's worth mentioning my brother recovered just fine, as his injury is no longer relevant to the story, other than it being the reason why I was left home alone on a Friday night. Before my dad left, he was trying to calm down my mom, telling her he was going to be okay. So seeing my dad like that made me feel better. I had a feeling my mom was just being overdramatic like any mom would be. I continued playing the Star Wars game for a couple more hours when I heard the front door open. I had my bedroom door closed. By this point, it was easily past midnight and past my bedtime, so I turned off the TV and PlayStation and crawled into my bed with my Game Boy. I tried listening to hear my parents' voices, maybe hear if my brother was with them or just hear what they were saying, but I didn't hear anything. After a few minutes of not hearing them even come up the stairs, I had a feeling something was wrong. I went to my door and quietly opened it, then walked over to the ledge and banister that overlooked the living room. The lights were off, but there were 3 tall people standing in my living room. They weren't my family. I was so petrified that I was frozen for a second before I could quietly walk back into my room and shut the door as quietly as I could in my trepidation. But it wasn't quiet enough, and I knew it. They had to have heard the door click shut, even if just slightly. I hurried to my closet door, opened it quietly, stepped inside, then shut the door. I had myself sitting behind a bunch of the boxes and bags of clothes that were stuffed in my closet. I was actually pretty covered from view. There was this short period that felt like forever that I was anticipating my bedroom door open, and it did. And at that moment, I knew I was going to die. I heard footsteps walk into the room. I couldn't tell how many people. It may have been 1, it may have been 2. I heard the footsteps move to my bed, and I heard my covers being played with. Then silence, then more footsteps towards the closet door, then silence for a few seconds. And then the closet door opened. My heart was in my throat by this point. All I did was sit quietly and held my breath. The door was open for a really long time, but I didn't look up. I didn't move. It had to be a good 20 seconds of silence before the door closed again. Footsteps walked away from the door, then out of the room. I finally looked up, and I just realized, from where I was crouched down behind the bags and boxes, I may have been visible to that person. It wasn't until probably an hour that I heard my parents return. I ran downstairs to them. The front door was left ajar by the people who broke in, and they had stolen a number of valuables from our house. It was a night that just went from bad to worse for our family. My parents were in such a rush when they left for the hospital that they apparently didn't even lock the door. I was lucky to have not been killed or kidnapped. I look back now and really wonder if the person who opened the closet and just stood there for 20 seconds saw me hiding in there. Maybe he was just a guy that came to rob a house, not to kidnap or hurt a child. Or maybe he just didn't see me, and I just narrowly escaped death or injury. I was home alone for an entire week one time when I was still a teenager living with my parents, which was a rare occasion since my parents don't go out a lot. My mom's rich friend Patty invited my parents on a trip that she was paying for. I'm an only child, so I was left alone in the house. We lived in Newark, Ohio, which is in Licking County. Yes, our county was actually called Licking County. My parents' old house had woods in the backyard and was on some quiet road that only a few cars would pass per day usually. We had a huge deck in the backyard overlooking the woods and a decently large backyard. We even had a little fish pond and above-ground swimming pool. This was on a Thursday night. I remember because I had conversations with friends about plans for the weekend that day. This was in July of 2013. I was out on the deck smoking weed with my speaker playing music. That's about the time it started. I thought I heard a voice from out in the woods. I lowered the music and listened for a little bit. It didn't repeat, so I raised it back up. When the music was loud again, I heard a voice from out in the woods again. This time I turned the music off completely and listened for longer. There was a voice calling from the woods again, confirming I wasn't just hearing things. It was a male's voice, saying, "Hey, over here." It was kind of distant, but not too far. The woods were anywhere from 20 to 30 yards away from the deck, and that's where the voice was coming from. I didn't think in a million years it was someone calling out for me though, rather maybe just some kids playing manhunt or something. The voice called out again, "Hey, over here, we need help." This time I realized the voice was too deep to be a kid. And when a voice yells out, "We need help," obviously that'll always be slightly concerning. I was getting a little bit uncomfortable now, because now I was questioning if these yells were directed at me. Now I heard the voice yell, "Straight in front of you, please come help us." And the voice was coming from straight in front of me in the woods. Now I had a feeling this was directed at me. I reluctantly called back, "Who is that?" And they responded, "We just need help, we're stuck in the woods." I called back, "What does that mean?" And the voice replied back, "Just please come help, straight in front of you." I got out from my seat, walked down the steps of the deck onto the grass, and proceeded towards the woods. I called out, "I'm coming, where are you?" The voice replied instantly, "Right in front of you, I see you." I replied back, "Wait, you're alone or with someone?" There was no answer this time. I stopped in my tracks about halfway towards the woods. I had a bad feeling in my gut about this. I started walking backwards, back towards the house and the deck. I didn't even want to turn my back to the woods, because it took me that long to realize there was something very suspicious about this situation. I made it back to the deck, and the voice didn't say anything else. If they truly saw me and this was real, they would have said something like, "Where are you going?" at the very least. They knew I was onto the situation, but who even knows how many people were in there? Could have been one, could have been three. All I know is getting stuck in the woods makes absolutely no sense, especially if he or they were able to literally see me. Sure get caught on the branch? I went inside the house and locked all the doors just to be safe. I chilled in my living room, still high, and I think that's why I was more trusting at first, because of how high and relaxed I was.
He's here for the detective.
I heard the voice again from outside, closer now. Definitely in the backyard and not the woods anymore. I heard splashing of water. It could have been the pool or the pond. I hurried to the window to see. I didn't see anyone at first. But then the voice called, "I see you," with a laugh. I noticed him. It was one guy, at least one guy visible. He was hidden behind the pool on the other side, and I could only see his head. It was just too dark to make out anything besides his dark, medium-length hair. I closed the blinds and tried to ignore it. Maybe he'd lose interest if he saw I wasn't entertaining him. He was probably a sick, deranged person who enjoyed messing with people, so I didn't want to give him what he wanted. But my breaking point was when there was a horrible, aggressive banging on the window where I had just closed the blinds, and on the other side, the guy was screaming help. I screamed at the top of my lungs to "Fuck off, you freak, the police are coming." I screamed it over and over, trying to make myself sound crazier than him. I heard him start to laugh on the other side of the glass.
His laughing started to fade away as I assumed he walked away. I sat back down on the couch, trembling, shaking, out of breath. I sat there for a while, and it seemed like the guy had really given up. I still got a good night's sleep that night because weed helps me sleep. I wonder if I would have handled that situation any differently if I wasn't high, though. The situation made me more paranoid about who I opened my door to. I'm 23 years old, and I live at home with my parents still. One day they were both not home, and I was outside playing basketball in the front yard. At some point while I was playing, I looked up at one of our upstairs windows and saw a woman standing there. Not my mom, not my sister. It was a random woman. I guess when she saw me looking at her, she dipped away from the window. When I went inside and upstairs to check the lounge room, she wasn't anywhere. I checked every single room I could, every bedroom, the bathroom, every closet. Then I checked the downstairs, which included the living room, kitchen, dining room, one bedroom, and more closets. Finally, I checked the basement, and I highly doubted she could be down there. It's a small basement with a couple couches, a bar, and 2 closets. There weren't many places for someone to hide, but when I opened the second closet door, I was incredibly scared, as I didn't know of any other places someone could be hiding in the house. This was the last unchecked spot that I could think of. I yanked the door open as if I were ripping off a band-aid, and like I did with the closet before this one, I right away pushed myself into the closet just in case that woman was in there and I'd have the jump on her. But all I pushed myself into was a bunch of coats and coat hangers. I was so confused. I wasn't going to question my sanity though. I definitely saw that woman and I knew it. It wasn't the kind of thing you would just so vividly imagine. I went back to the middle floor and screamed very loud that whoever was in the house needs to get the F out. I actually screamed so loud that our next door neighbor came over and asked if I was okay. I told him that I literally just saw a woman at our upstairs window watching me play basketball. He came in and helped me search again. When we couldn't find her, I was left to assume that she snuck out through the back door, which I did unlock after all when I went to grab the basketball from the yard. So my neighbor left. I locked all the doors, called my parents, and told them the crazy story. And they weren't too thrilled, but they asked me to make sure nothing was stolen. I did just that, and luckily it seemed anything that was worth something was still in place. So now fast forward to that night. I went to sleep after checking the house one more time just for peace of mind. It was hard to fall asleep though. My mind was racing for obvious reasons. Most people can't relate to seeing a stranger at their window inside of their house. But my restlessness helped me out in this situation, and here's why. I was finally starting to drift away slightly. I heard some noises from the other side of me. I had the fan on above me, so the room wasn't dead silent. That's why I didn't immediately turn to my other side at the first sound I heard. But the sound started to sound human-like. I turned to my other side, and there she was, getting out from under my bed. She stood up tall above the bed, and I screamed so loud, louder than earlier before. I jumped out of my bed and tackled her to the floor and had my hand around her throat, asking her who she was. My doorbell rang, my neighbor again. I picked the tall, dirty-looking woman up off the floor and dragged her to the front door with me as she struggled and scratched at me. I still have 2 scars on my right arm from both claws. I opened my front door to my neighbor again, and he let himself in and helped me restrain the woman. This was when I called the police. The whole time we waited for the police, the woman was screaming and cursing at my neighbor and I, threatening us too. The best way to put it, she looked and acted like a meth head currently suffering from withdrawals. When the police arrived, one of the officers knew exactly who the woman was. They had dealt with her multiple times before. Her name was conveniently Karen. It was satisfying to watch her be brought into the back of the police car. I let my neighbor know how grateful I was for him coming so quickly to help. And that night, my mind continued to race. But instead of being completely freaked out, which I still was a little, I felt this overwhelming feeling of satisfaction. can't fully explain why.
You may not be alone.
Why am I not able to access my...
I believe we're supposed to file a
My
police report.
quick
This has been
menu.
heavily requested for a while now.
Things going
A
back is
compilation
for
of some of the
evidence.
stories I've read through the years that genuinely freaked me out the first time I read them. I was out doing a delivery one late night. It was probably the longest drive
Whoa.
I've ever taken for a pizza delivery from the pizza place I used to work at. It was a 20-minute drive, which isn't too crazy out where I live. Plus, they ordered 4 large pies, so I figured it was a party and I'd get a much bigger tip. Navigating the dirt roads at night was always annoying, though. I pulled up to the given address. It was some old, sketchy-looking building, literally in the middle of a forest clearing. There were no cars parked anywhere, or any lights on.
Fuck it.
I
Quick
put my
save,
car in
quick
park, and I
load
called my
borders.
boss.
See if this
I
works.
asked him to reread the address at least 3 times to make sure I typed in the right place. I could tell
Still
he was in
not
a really
working.
bad mood, and he told me to at least knock on the door and check it out. He would normally get mad if we took back 1 pie, but I was afraid of what he would do if I brought back 4. I was insanely unnerved, but I got out anyway and forced myself to the front door of the building. There was no doorbell, so I just knocked really hard. I heard nothing, and didn't really expect to hear anything. I was extremely disappointed, not because nobody answered the door, but because I was realizing that it was all a waste of time and gas. I knocked 1 more time out of desperation, then began to hear some kind of rustling noises from inside the building. I knocked again, and yelled that I was the pizza guy. There was silence now. I felt a bit more uncomfortable now than before, but before I could turn around, I noticed something at the window. There was someone looking through the window. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. All I noticed were their eyes. Their eyes were open wider than I knew possible, staring intently at me. I was disturbed enough by this to drop the pizzas and run back to my car. The shitty thing wouldn't start until turning the key for the 3rd time. I drove off the grass and back onto the dirt road, but I felt the car rocking about, shaking and bumping. Something wasn't right. I didn't make it far from the building before I started hearing a sharp scraping sound coming from outside. There was so much resistance that I couldn't even drive. The car came to a stop. I got out of the car to check what the hell was wrong. A chill ran up my spine as I began to feel like my heart was constantly skipping beats. My tires had been slashed and had completely fallen off the rim. Not just the front though. All 4 tires were slashed. I realized somebody did this when I was knocking on the door to that building. Instead of running, I got back in the car and locked the doors. I was so close to that building I could practically see it from where I was if it weren't for the trees blocking the view. I called 911 and told everything to the operator. She told me the cops would be over as soon as possible and that I need to stay hidden. I asked her if it's advisable to stay in the car or run, and she told me it would be best to stay in the car with the door locked. She asked me to stay on the line with her until the cops would arrive. My whole body was shaking. In all directions there was nothing but dark, seemingly endless forest. I knew it would take forever for the cops to get there. I was not comfortable sitting in that car so close to whoever did this. The next part is what utterly
there it
destroyed me.
goes. I don't know
It still
what
shakes
the
me to
fuck
this
was
day,
wrong with
and I
that.
hope nobody ever has to experience this kind of fear. As I was scanning all the windows, making sure nobody was outside, I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was the same person I saw at that window, eyes opened wider than ever. I could see now that it was a woman, and I could ever so slightly see a smile begin to spread across her face. I opened my door and full-on sprinted into the woods, not caring how much noise I made. I ran until I was out of breath, which didn't take long, and I hid behind a giant log on the ground. I tried to cover my loud breathing with my hand as I waited and waited for what felt like hours until I finally heard sirens in the distance. I gathered up all the stamina I had left to run all the way back in the direction of the dirt road. Eventually the glowing red and blue lights came into view, and I had never felt better in my life. They were parked in front of my car, investigating with flashlights. I came out yelling at them like a lunatic to help me. I fell to the floor and started to gag, almost throwing up from running so much. They picked me up and began to ask me questions, to which I explained everything to the best of my ability. One of the 2 cars drove over to the building, and the 2 officers began to search the building. The
They came back with nothing except for a couple of spiky objects. These objects were exactly the same as the ones used to slash my tires. The cops guessed that it was some kind of sick, demented puppy, and that I saw the woman. But unfortunately, as far as I know, they were never found. And that still kills me inside to this day. I obviously quit my job right after that and started working at a local grocery store. I know that I'll never forget seeing that woman at the back of my car. It's a little-known common courtesy out in the mountains during a snowstorm that if someone's seeking shelter in your cabin, you let them in. No, I wasn't the one offering that courtesy to someone else in the store. I was the one seeking refuge. It was supposed to be a long weekend of hunting, but what started as a cold, sunny day quickly formed tons of storm clouds. I quickly found myself right in the middle of the night. After a full, rather unsuccessful day of hunting hares, I was way too far into the forest to make my way back to my cabin. I had to seek refuge somewhere else. I came across a log nestled between a circle of trees. No lights on. I still had to try the door. I hit the door with my fist a few times. No answer. But I could hear footsteps on the other side, approaching the door. I expected it to open. It didn't. I shouted that I'm lost and need shelter. The door cracked open, and I heard a voice say, "Come in, leave your boots by the door." I waited, expecting him to open the door fully and formally greet me as a boy. But that didn't happen, so I pushed the door open myself and entered the dark cabin. The room was lit by 2 candles, just enough for me to see the couch that the man then told me to sleep on. As for the man, all I saw was his silhouette on the far side of the room. The little light from the candles didn't extend that far. I dropped my bag and gun on the floor and laid down on the couch. I thanked the man for letting me crash here till the storm blows over.
anyone build a vault out of
He
a
didn't
subway
answer.
station?
His behavior wasn't the most bizarre thing. Folks are strange up in the mountains. If he wasn't up for conversation, I'd just get some early shut-eye.
Get a bunch of union boys to work
I
some
closed my
construction
eyes.
job that would go
With the
nowhere.
level of darkness with my eyes closed wasn't much of a difference. I was subconsciously waiting to hear the man's footsteps leave the room, but they never did.
Wait. The hell?
I opened my eyes. The silhouette was still in the corner of the room, just standing there. I felt the need to say, "Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get some sleep now, thanks." No response. I turned to my other side so that I wouldn't be tempted to just keep opening my eyes to check on him. Some time passed, but without having heard his footsteps walk away, the curiosity was eating away at me. I turned over to look again, and this time, I swear to God, the silhouette of the man was closer by at least a few feet. I couldn't make out his face, but the slight glow from the candles would just barely trickle around the man's forehead, and what I saw was disgustingly pale skin. I quickly gathered my belongings and thanked him, but I said I had to go. I didn't look at him anymore, because I don't think I wanted to know what he looked like. I put my boots on outside and hurried back into the blizzard. I came across another cabin down the hill, this one with the lights on. I knocked on the door, and some old man and his wife answered the door. They welcomed me in immediately and were very inviting. They gave me some hot tea and offered me a spot on the couch. I told them my story about the creepy cabin up the hill. The two looked at each other, puzzled. The woman confirmed 2 times the cabin I was talking about. She said, "Honey, the owner of that cabin was murdered 2 years ago. That cabin has been vacant ever since." I'm 27 years old. I live alone in a rural town in Virginia, about 2 blocks away from my parents. My parents are both in their 60s, and my mom has become a very worrisome woman in her old age. Sometimes she walks over uninvited and lets herself in, since I had regrettably given her a key, which can get a bit annoying. Like if I would be out really late on weekends at a bar or with women, I would sometimes come home to my mom sitting in the living room waiting, worried sick. I know you may just think, "Oh my god, that's crazy, why not just put your foot down and tell her to stop?" Well, because you don't know my mom. It's very hard to describe her, but she's the kind of worrisome, innocent little lady that you just can't bring yourself to go against. And I hate to mention, she also has mild dementia.
Anyway, this was Saturday night. I think it was around 2 in the morning. I was at a nearby club with a group of college friends, really the only place to hang out in this boring town, and I was getting ready to head home. I said goodbye to all my friends and walked the 3 blocks it took to get back to my house. I walked up my front stoop in my drunken haze and dug my hand in my pocket for my keys. When I grabbed the doorknob, I realized it was unlocked. My mom was here again. I quietly opened and shut the front door, locking it behind me. I put my keys on the kitchen counter and found a note written in my mom's handwriting saying, "You forgot this at our house, next to the box of half-eaten cake my parents didn't want."
Stop hiding.
I didn't see my mom
Make
anywhere,
nice.
so I assumed she must have gone
Promise.
upstairs to sleep in the guest bed until I got back, which is something she would commonly do as well. Then I heard footsteps upstairs, confirming it, and that's when I sighed once again. 27 years old, almost 3 in the morning, and she still has to wait up and treat me like a child. I ran upstairs to check the guest bed, empty, along with all the bathrooms. I was afraid Mom was having one of her episodes due to her condition, so I ran to the phone to call my dad. After 4 rings, my dad picked up in a groggy voice, asking what the hell is the matter. After I told him that I heard Mom wandering around upstairs in my house, there was a short pause, and then he said, "That's not possible, she's sleeping right next to me." My mouth fell open as I turned my head to face the dark upstairs, and just barely by the light provided by the kitchen, I could see a head peering around from the corner at the top of the stairs, looking down at me. I screamed into the phone as I ran out the front door and down the street to my parents' house, explaining to my father on the way. About halfway there, my dad told me, "Alright, I'm gonna call the cops," and hung up. I made it to my parents' house, where my mom was already waiting at the door, worried sick. My mom explained that she did come over to clean my kitchen a little bit and to bring over the cake they didn't want. 2 police cars pulled up in front of my parents' house, where they escorted me and my dad down the street to my house.
I forgot to. Fuck. I forgot to set the stream back to the gameplay. Fuck me. God, I'm so stupid. Whoops. Oh, I'll make sure to do that. Whew. I cannot believe that I was not streaming the game that entire time.
One officer stayed outside with us, while 2 others went inside to investigate. It felt like 15 minutes before they came back outside and said it was clear. They checked the crawl space, the attic, everything. There was really nothing for me to report, other than the door was left unlocked and I saw the outline of a head upstairs before I ran for it. Still, I didn't feel safe sleeping in there that night, so I went back to my parents' house. Me and my dad are certain that my mom
How you
simply
doing
forgot
in
to
there,
lock the door when
Valentine?
she left, as her memory has been getting worse over the past few months.
Keep talking, me.
My dad has been stopping her from coming over alone from now on,
Give
which makes me
Skinny
both
Malone
sad
more
but
time to
also
think
relieved.
about how he's gonna drop you
Some
off.
nights, I still get paranoid that whoever was in my house that night never left, and is still hiding in here somewhere. This is one of the few unexplainable events I've experienced in my life. I was home upstairs in my room, writing my paper for my history class. As far as I knew, I was home alone.
I don't know who
But
you
apparently
are.
I was mistaken, because my mom's voice called out
But
from
we got
downstairs,
3 minutes
yelling my name.
before they
I called
realize
back, what?
muscles for brains
She
ain't
didn't
coming
answer.
back.
So, slightly
Get
annoyed
this
because I
door
didn't want to be
open.
interrupted from my train of thought on my paper, I reluctantly got up to go downstairs and see what she wanted. When I got downstairs, I looked around for my mom, but she wasn't anywhere in sight. So I yelled out, "Mom?" And she yelled back my name in response. Her voice came from down in the basement. So I went to the basement door, but strangely the lights were off. I called down the stairs, "Mom?" again, and she called back. I yelled out, "What are you doing down there with the lights off?" She didn't respond. I flicked on the light and went down the stairs. I heard my mom call my name again, as I was near to the bottom of the steps. It was getting weird. Each time she called my name, it sounded exactly the same. Like there was zero difference in inflection every single time she said my name. I yelled out, "Mom," again. She once again yelled back my name. She was nowhere to be seen in the basement. But then I noticed the little crawl space closet door was open. I call it that because it's a weird closet that you have to kind of crawl into.
I'm a
But
detective.
it takes up a large
Look,
chunk
I
of the
know
basement.
the skin and the metal
That was the
parts
only
ain't
place left in the
comforting,
basement
but
that
it's
my
not
mom could be.
important right now.
So I said,
The
"Mom,"
only thing
one
that
final
matters
time.
is why you went
No
to
answer
all
this
this
time.
trouble to cut
I
me
went closer
loose.
to the closet door and got on my knees just to try and look in. It was pitch black inside, and I was starting to get freaked out. I said, "Mom, are you messing with me?" There was no response at all, just the quiet buzzing sound from the basement light. I got back
So,
up,
you
and
need a
for
little
some reason
angel of
decided to
vengeance,
sprint back
huh?
upstairs,
Well, I
slamming
don't
and
usually
locking
go
the basement
after
door
blood
behind
money,
me.
but
I
guess
didn't
I
know
can
what
make
I
an
had just
exception.
witnessed and
I've been
heard,
cooped
but
up
I
in
went to
here
grab
for
the house
weeks.
phone and called my mom's
Turns out
cell
the
number.
runaway daughter I
It
came
rang
here
a few
to find
times until
wasn't
my mom
kidnapped.
picked up, and I learned that she was
Skinny
out
Malone's
grocery
new
shopping.
flame.
I told her, but she didn't
She's
believe my
got a
story, of
mean
course.
streak.
She thought I was
Anyway,
messing
you got
with her.
troubles, and
It
I'm
took
glad
half an
to
hour
help.
of begging her to believe
But
me
now
that she
ain't the
finally
time.
went
Let's
along
blow
with
this
it.
joint.
And when she
Then
and my
we'll
dad were
talk.
both home, we all went down to the basement together. The closet door was still open, and my dad went inside,
Malone's crew here
but there
used
was
to
no
be
one in
small
there.
time.
This still
Muscled
remains to be
out
the
of
most
the old
haunting,
neighborhood by
unexplainable
bigger
experience of my life.
So they found this place. Don't know what happened to the previous owners, but they're not exactly around to charge rent. Empty vault. Perfect hideout.
There was this one time I was out late drinking with friends. It was some point in the summer of 2016. We were kind of just walking around town and then around the neighborhood when one of my friends spotted someone hiding in a bush. He pointed and said, "Look," and we all walked a little closer to get a better look. We could see what he was talking about, but just barely.
There they are.
It was bizarre.
How do you want to
like
play
someone
this?
hiding in this bush in front of this house. When we got too close, apparently, this weird, off-putting sound started coming from the bush. So we all screamed and laughed and ran away. We screamed because it was scary, but laughed because at the same time it was bizarrely funny. And there were a lot of us, so... Anyway, we walked back to our houses respectively, assuming whoever was in that bush was just messing with me. I fell asleep pretty easily that night since I was drunk. The next thing I remember was waking up to the near pitch blackness of my room. I couldn't look at the clock to see what time it was because I literally couldn't move. I was in a sleep paralysis state. I looked around the room with my eyes only and started to hear a familiar noise. The noise we heard coming from that bush. Then I looked straight in front of me, at the foot of my bed, and what I saw was pure nightmare fuel. It was what appeared to be this floating, grotesque, horrific head of a demonic ghost-like thing. As it got closer to me, I realized it wasn't floating. There was a body, but its body blended in with the blackness of the room. Its mouth hung open, and it just kept making the familiar noise from the bush. It got mere inches from my face
Hard and
before it
loud,
suddenly
huh?
just
Well,
faded
gets the
away.
job done.
I was able to let out a scream and move my body.
This
I
door's
sat in
on
my
the
bed,
fritz.
panting
Let me see
and
if I
heart
can get it
racing.
open.
I flicked on the lamp and checked around my bed, but that demonic thing was gone.
There we are.
What I just
Hell of a lot
experienced
easier to
seemed
do
so
when the lock
real,
isn't on the
like
other
I was
side.
awake for it. It wasn't a dream. I told my parents about it the next day, and they agreed with me that it was sleep paralysis, though they had never heard of anyone seeing freaky shit like that before.
Hell? What? Time to dance.
These appear worthless. Surely we can leave that behind.
They're here somewhere.
Again? This is so violent.
When I was 15, I had my first girlfriend. We lived in an upper-class area with very quiet and peaceful streets. My girlfriend Casey also lived 2 blocks away, so I could walk to her house almost nightly. One Thursday night during break, when I had nothing to do, I started my walk over to Casey's house. It was on the later side of the night, but I didn't really have a curfew, so it didn't matter. But pretty soon, I thought I could start hearing noises from around me. And when I say around me, I mean mostly behind me. The first time I heard it, it was the sound of a bush being shaken a bit. I only turned my head to look for a second without stopping. I just started to walk a little faster is all.
Who built this damn vault?
When I got to the next
Fitness
block, I
instructor?
heard another noise, a twig or a small stick cracking. I stopped this time and turned around. All I saw was the empty street and the bushes that lined up along each property to separate the sidewalks from people's properties. Basically next to the street was a wall of bushes, and I didn't see anyone or anything that could be making these weird sounds. I picked up the pace even more, and I was reaching the home stretch to Casey's house. Of course, there was another sound again, this time more like footsteps. Quick, light footsteps. I turned again without stopping. No one, nothing. I could see Casey's house now. I called, and she picked up right away. I told her how freaked out I was getting because I kept hearing noises. I walked around the bushes surrounding her driveway and stepped onto her property.
Ironic.
I noticed her staring out her bedroom window upstairs. She waved at me as she left on the phone, and I waved back. Then she asked me, "Who's that guy right behind you?" I turned right around and saw a fully grown man crouch walking maybe 10 feet in back of me. I screamed and ran for the door and started pounding on it. The man grabbed me and tried to put me in some kind of headlock, but he let go and ran away pretty quickly. Casey's mom opened the door with a look of dismay on her face. She let me in and slammed the door shut as Casey came running over. I was out of breath and felt like my heart was beating 1,000 beats a minute. Casey's mom hugged me, asked a few questions, then called the police to warn of a dangerous man going around town. Casey's mom let me stay over that night for obvious reasons, and she drove me home the next day.
Another locked door. Shouldn't be too hard.
May I be of assistance? May I be of assistance?
It was a dangerously stormy night. Everyone in my family was doing their own thing. I was in my room watching TV, my parents were in the living room watching some comedy show, and my sister was playing video games upstairs. I usually enjoyed stormy nights like this because it made me feel relaxed. I was relaxed until there was a monstrous bang on my window. I jumped up and looked outside. There was someone outside my window, but the large amount of rain pouring down the window kind of blurred his face. He started pounding at my window. It sounded like he was screaming for help. I opened the window just a crack, and he screamed in, "Let me in, I'm hurt." The rain was so loud I had to scream at him to come around front, then I shut my window. I ran outside to the living room to tell my dad that some man who seems to be in distress is screaming for help outside. And then came the knocks and shouts for help outside our front door. My dad was about to open the front door, but I stopped him. I said wait, because I wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Then the phone rang, and on the TV it displayed the caller ID of our next door neighbor. My dad ran to pick it up. When I heard him say no fucking way, I knew something was wrong. He hung up the phone and said stay away from the door. He didn't explain why. He just went to the window to peek at the front stoop. There is where he said he saw a guy crouched down, pounding on the door, holding some kind of large, sharp tool. My dad yelled through the front door at the man to go away before the cops get here. Then he actually got on the phone with the cops. Eventually the man outside gave up, and he disappeared the next time we checked. When my dad was on the phone with a neighbor, he told my dad that he saw some homeless-looking guy rummaging through his shed and came out with a large chopping axe. The cops found the crazed man wandering around the streets, and it made it in the newspaper a few days later. One night, when I was a really young kid, I was in the living room watching my favorite cartoon. I had the TV pretty loud, but I thought I could hear my mom calling my name from downstairs. I called back, "What?" She didn't answer, so I guess she couldn't hear me. I heard her call me again, so I went down to the basement. The lights were off, so halfway down I called for my mom. She didn't answer. I didn't know where she could be calling me from, but one thing was for certain though. She wasn't in the basement. I started going back up the stairs, but before I even got to the top stair, I heard my mom's voice again from down in the basement calling my name. I looked down into the pitch blackness. I ran back up to the top step, turned on the lights, and walked halfway back down, peeking into the basement. I didn't see my mom anywhere down there. Suddenly, I got a huge rush of horror. I ran up the stairs basically crying for my mom. She came rushing down the stairs from upstairs, and I cried to her that something was calling me from downstairs that sounded just like her. She swore to me that she hadn't been calling me. She went down to the basement to check and make me feel better, but I didn't feel better. I'm sure she didn't believe me. Why would she? I was a little kid, but I still know that I heard what I heard.
Could end up looking so inviting. Thanks for getting me out. How did you know where to find me anyway? Not many people knew where I went.
My grandpa recently told me a story. It was about a night he took his dog for a walk. He used to have a small Boston Terrier named Sherry, who he named after an old friend of his who passed away. My grandpa lives like 2 hours from us on a farm, and there's not much that goes on there. He lives with his wife Marianne, who he married like 15 years back. Every day, Marianne would take Sherry for a walk in the morning, and my grandpa would take her for a walk in the evening.
My office is in the back alley.
On a regular walk during sunset, my grandpa was walking Sherry down the usual dirt path that ran along the woods next to their property. My grandpa passed by another person on the trail who Sherry instinctively barked and pulled towards like most dogs do when they see strangers. My grandpa said hello to the stranger, who had a large hood up, but the stranger just walked past without even batting an eye. So he and the dog kept walking. Sherry kept looking back every so often and barking, however. My grandpa would tell him to shush and yank at the leash to keep him walking. Eventually, my grandpa would turn around to look at what Sherry could be barking at. The stranger who passed him by a few minutes earlier was stalking him from behind a tree in the near distance. My grandpa decided to pick up the pace as fast as possible. At his old age, he always carries pepper spray in his big coat pocket just in case. He was getting closer to the house when suddenly he heard clicks from the leaves on the ground inches behind him. But before he could turn, he felt the warmth of a glove cover his mouth and nose, preventing him from screaming or breathing. My grandpa says he could hear Sherry barking and biting at the stranger, which might have helped in loosening the man's grip a little. My grandpa says he struggled to grab the pepper spray out from his pocket, but when he did, he sprayed it at least 10 times and continued spraying it even after the man who was holding him let go and started to scream. My grandpa came as close as he could to a run to escape back to his house.
I think those bow
He was perfectly okay.
A new file to open. Do you have a legitimate medical concern? Or is this about facial reconstructive services?
I grew up in California for the first 14 years of my life. Our neighborhood wasn't the best, namely because it was an area that the Crips were known to reside in.
But go easy on
If you don't know, the Crips are members of one of the biggest Los Angeles street gangs. My best friend, who I always called Stevie D, lived 2 doors down. We had other friends, of course, but we would often hang out just he and I. We'd usually ride our bikes together around town or play video games, just basic kid stuff.
Time is not on
When
the
we were
side of the
12,
surgeon.
we were biking around the neighborhood one night and decided to visit a well-known abandoned house.
Tell me your symptoms.
It had been uninhabited for many years because no one would buy it for whatever reason. When we pulled up on our bikes to the front of the house, Stevie pointed to the window and said, "Look."
We can sober you up.
I pushed my bike a little
Please,
closer to the
don't be
window
an
and focused
idiot
my
and
vision
go
on
out
it.
drinking immediately
I could see
after
someone
the
peeking out the
procedure.
window. I couldn't tell if they were looking at us or not, but it was definitely a person's face sitting between the curtains.
All done.
It was
Any other
extremely
complaints?
strange considering the place had been unowned for years. We stared for longer than we should have, perhaps, and noticed something
All right.
else that was strange.
Don't ruin my hard
The
work.
person
by
didn't
dying.
move their face at all. We inched a little closer, onto the empty driveway actually. Upon getting closer, it appeared to be a Halloween decoration or something, like a fake head.
I don't know you.
This meant
Just
someone
keep
had
your
snuck
distance.
into the house to put it there. Stevie D and I, being the mischievous kids we used to be, hatched an idea
That's
to sneak
exactly
in through the
what a
back
synth
somehow
would
and
say.
check out the place.
I don't know.
We hid our bikes
You
on the side of the
really,
house behind
human?
an overgrown bush, then snuck into the yard. To our surprise, the back door was already
Well,
unlocked.
You do look human
But when we
enough.
came to think of it,
I'll be
it
watching
wasn't
you.
that surprising
I have
considering it seemed
eyes
someone
like
had
that.
already broken in to put that
Well,
fake head
they're
there.
Good eyes. Got it?
We stepped
All right.
into the house,
We can do
but we didn't
business,
want to
but
turn
no
the lights
funny
on
stuff.
and expose the fact that we were in the house.
Just
It was
don't
dark
call
in
it
there,
junk.
but not pitch black, so we could make our way through the house. We got to the living room first because we wanted to check out that fake head thing at the window. It smelled really bad in that room, though. I picked up the head from the windowsill and immediately dropped it and screamed. I dropped it not because it was surprisingly heavy, but because it also felt like real skin. I saw a dark liquid pouring out from the bottom of the head that was now on the floor. It was blood. It was a real human head. There were 2 cracks in the ceiling above us. Stevie and I looked at each other with our mouths hanging open. We ran for the back door and got back on our bikes to get the hell out of there. Anyone in our immediate area learned pretty soon that the head belonged to a victim of the Crips, who apparently placed the head there as some kind of message. I don't think anyone knew the full story, but there was a good chance whoever placed that head there was still in the house, because Stevie and I both heard cracks in the ceiling above us, as if someone was coming downstairs.
You need something.
Last year, a guy came to my house's door around 9 p.m. He knocked on the door, so I got my mom, and she went out to see who it was. By the way, we live in a rural
You.
area, so visits
Well,
that late are
I
extremely
suppose we can do
uncommon and
business.
strange. The guy talked to my mom about
Odds
how
in
he
it.
was opening a business, asked whether she liked American-made products, then handed her a Clorox container as a sample. He went back to his minivan and opened it to get a quote-unquote vacuum cleaner when my mom saw 5 other men sitting inside. She told me to run and get my phone since we don't have a landline. I couldn't find it, so I got my knife and stood around the corner. She threw the container outside and told them to get the hell off her property, as well as that she was calling the cops. They peeled out of the driveway, and we never saw the car again. I've always been an extreme sports person ever since I was little. Mountain climbing, parasailing, scuba diving, though I've always been an avid skier. I'd go upstate skiing at least 10 times a season, sometimes with friends, sometimes alone. My friend, who I'll call Q, agreed to come upstate and go camping with me so we could do some backcountry skiing, which is basically skiing in the backcountry on unmarked or unpatrolled areas outside of a ski resort's boundaries. It was a 3-hour drive, then a decent amount of off-roading to get to where the hills were. I parked my truck at the bottom of a decent-looking area full of hills. But I also stopped there because I couldn't really drive out much further given that there were too many trees. Hugh and I then proceeded to unload the back of my truck of all our stuff, including ski gear and camping equipment. Then we hiked about a quarter mile, which was an incredible amount of work with all the stuff we were carrying. We found a perfect place to set up camp, right near the bottom of an uphill, and in a bit of a clearing between the trees. Setting up the tent and unloading our sleeping bags and equipment and such was first priority. When all of that was done, we started our hike up the hill to scout the area. We did a decent amount of hiking, but we also got a lot of skiing in.
We got small
At one
arms,
point,
long
Hugh and I
arms,
lost each other while skiing
ammunition.
down a bigger hill.
Hey, you're the new
I
guy,
assumed
right?
I'd meet him at the bottom, or just find him eventually. I checked the walkie-talkie just to see if he'd answer it, but he didn't, which meant he was probably still going downhill. At some point while I was walking with my skis at the bottom of the hill, I ran into someone, another skier. He sounded very friendly under a ski mask, asking me where the best hills are and if we were camping and such. He had his skis strapped to his orange backpack. I pointed to the hill I just skied down and also pointed in the direction we set up camp. He said he and his wife were trying to find a good place to set up camp near other people and asked if I could lead him to my campsite. As much as I really didn't want to trek all the way back there, I felt I had to be a good Samaritan and help this man and his wife. I pulled out my walkie again and said into the speaker to Q that I was going back to the campsite for a bit. I started to lead the man who was behind me, when suddenly I started getting some static from another end on the walkie. It seemed someone, probably Q, was trying to talk to me, but the connection was shit. Nothing I could do about that except for come back to this hill afterwards. It took a decent amount of hiking and small talk with the man before we reached the campsite. I turned around to him and smiled under my ski mask, which I realized instantly was pointless. He sounded very thankful for he and his wife. Then I finally asked him, "Where is your wife?" He didn't answer. He started to walk closer to me. At first I thought nothing of it, but for some reason, something about his skis and backpack just struck me. They belonged to Q. For a split second I thought, is this Q? Is he pranking me? But it wasn't possible. The voice was too different from Q. The man was a few mere feet away from me at this point, and he was picking up the pace to a more intimidating approach. I panicked and jumped into the tent to dig for my flare gun in my bag. The man grabbed my leg, which was sticking out from the tent, and then I felt a sharp, intense tingle in my leg, like a severe electric shock, followed by a burning heat flame. I screamed in pain as I just managed to pull out the flare gun, push aside the door to the vent, and aim it at the man.
Nick?
He immediately backed up with his hands in the air, and that's when I noticed the knife dug deep into my leg.
It's really you.
I ordered the man to tell me where my friend was. He answered quickly, saying near the bottom of the hill he found me at.
Someday,
I told the man to stand still while I called 911 to request an immediate rescue. But the man took off quite easily while I was on the phone.
My job. Thank you.
There wasn't much I could do with one single flare gun shot. I felt like I was waiting there in the cold with my bleeding leg forever, until finally the reassuring sound of a rescue helicopter swooped overhead, and I shot my flare gun. I cannot believe I was actually picked up by a helicopter, in which I helped locate my friend laying in the snow in the middle of the hill.
I know an amount wasn't on the table.
He was unconscious, and he had also been stabbed twice in the leg, then robbed.
Plus a little
He tried
something
talking to me
extra.
through the walkie-talkie
You know,
while he was
if you're
losing
looking for work and
consciousness,
don't mind
but the
putting on
connection was
detective
bad.
hat, Nick sure
We
could
both
use a
went to
new
the
partner.
hospital, but we're fine
One
today.
case at a time, Ellie. Our new friend needs our help first. All right, let's get down to business. Take a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
I lived in a small college town, and my apartment complex was walking distance from the bar/downtown area. One weekday night, I stepped out on our front porch to smoke a cigarette or two. I was up late studying. I brought my textbook with me and laid down on the stairs while I smoked. A girl who I had never met before, but who lived one apartment over on the ground floor, came home from downtown. She was by herself, and you could tell from her walk she had been drinking. She got in her apartment and barely got the door closed before some guy, who came out of nowhere, knocked on her door. She opened, and I noticed he introduced himself, which was weird because it was like 2:30 in the morning. Who comes to a random girl's apartment at that time? So I decided to stay outside and pay attention. They ended up talking for over 10 minutes. She later acknowledged how weird the situation was, but did not know how to end the conversation. He would do the creepiest things, like he reached up and stroked her hair at least 3 times, and he would try to slowly inch his way closer to her in the door. I made a point of being loud with my textbook so he would know I was there, and he disappeared as eerily as he came. We called the cops, and days later they had the girl and I sit with a sketch artist.
Why your family?
As soon as the sketch was made public, floods of calls came in. The guy turned out to be a serial rapist who followed lone girls home from bars and pretended to be a cab offering them a ride. This girl just got lucky because she lived so close to the bars, he didn't get a chance to pull the cab
A lot of
routine.
groups in the Commonwealth that take people. Raiders, super mutants, the gunners, and of course
I've only used Craigslist once in my life, and the one time I used it, I got a very sour taste in my mouth. Here's why. The guy posted an ad for a ping pong table that I wanted to buy for my roommate and I. He set up a time for me to come pick it up that night. I had to remove the back seats for my truck so that I'd be able to fit the thing. I pulled up in front of the dude's house and texted him saying I'm here. I saw the door open, so I got out from my truck and did a quick speed walk to his front door to greet him. I went for the handshake, but I don't think he saw my arm, so after a few awkward seconds, I put my hand back down. He said in his deep smoker's voice to follow him to the basement.
Big, green,
the whole house had a certain distinct smell to it. Not exactly a bad or concerning smell, just a cottony, smoky kind of smell. We got to the basement, and there was the ping pong table, right smack in the middle of the room. Suddenly, he said, "Oh shoot, I gotta find the paddles." So he ran back up the stairs and told me to wait right there. I waited for a while down there, assuming he misplaced the paddles and was having a hard time finding them. I started to snoop around his basement a little bit, looking at his pictures and such. It was weird. He had framed pictures sitting on furniture, but they were all pictures of just him. No family members. There was one where he was at least with a dog, but that was pretty much it. I'd say 10 minutes went by and I was still stuck waiting down there, so I started to get even more snoopy. There was a back laundry/storage room in his basement that I started to observe for some reason. There was a drawer to his utility desk that was hanging half open. I pulled it fully open, and it revealed old Polaroid pictures. But these pictures were horrific and disturbing. They were all pictures taken of some girl who was tied to a chair and her mouth covered with tape.
There's the older ones that are dumb.
There were also yellow folders stacked in a row next to the photos. They were labeled A to Z. I didn't have it in me to open the folders and see what were inside. I took out my phone to take pictures of the contents of the drawer and planned to send it to my friends immediately. But I didn't have any service down there.
You're right.
It was definitely time to go. I ran back to the door at the top of the stairs, but my nightmare only became worse finding out the door was locked. As soon as I tried the doorknob, though, I heard the deep, raspy voice of the man on the other side of the door. He was apologizing, saying the door was accidentally locked and he would go look for the key real quick. I didn't say a word in response. I examined the keyhole closely, ran back down the stairs to the man's utility desk, grabbed 3 screwdrivers of varying sizes and tried each one in the keyhole for the door. The smallest screwdriver managed to fit in the rectangular-shaped keyhole, allowing me to turn it just enough to unlock and open the door. I didn't stop and look around. I simply ran out the door into my car. I didn't look back at the house. I simply drove to the nearest police station, showed them the pictures, gave them the address, told them where to find the photos, and that was enough for them to start their investigation. A few days later, I got all the information. The man was part of a child pornography trade on the deep web, which was how he made his living, apparently. Why he decided to lock me in his basement, that's beyond me. I have not the slightest idea of what he intended on doing with me, but obviously it was not anything good.
Mercenary work, but no one knows who his employer is.
He bought a house here in town, right? He had a kid with it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. The house in the abandoned West Stands.
I used to babysit in my teenage years. When I was 14, I babysat for a 6-year-old boy named Cody once. His parents left me with few instructions other than to order a pizza for dinner and not let him go in their room. They also left me with an interesting comment. That Cody tends to act different than other kids and that he'll talk to himself or his imaginary friend, especially when he played with his toys. So, it was midday, pouring outside. I was watching some old Wipeout show that used to be on TV in the early 2000s. Cody was on the floor playing with his toys that were scattered across the living room.
You two should still be careful.
Cody kept using the name Agnes. He would act like he was playing with another kid who was sitting in front of him. One of his toys that were sitting across the room from him activated out of nowhere. I only found it weird because the toy was one of those little cube-like things with the crank where you pull it down and some simulated moving racing background came up on the screen. It was the kind of toy that would take effort to activate, and there it was, activated all by itself. I asked Cody how that was possible. He looked at me and said, "Agnes is playing with it." I have to admit, it was a little disturbing hearing him say that. I picked up the toy and turned it off. That night, in the final hour waiting for his parents to come back, I was in the bathroom washing up. when there was a
Didn't want
knock at
Ellie
the
to
door.
hear this, but I think you should know.
Cody? I said.
Everything I dug up about
I opened the
Kellogg
door.
before his disappearance.
Cody wasn't there.
Bad news.
I looked into the
He's
hallway
more
for
than
Cody.
just a mercenary.
One of the doors at
He's
the
a
end of the hall started to creak open
Quick,
slowly,
clean,
like really slowly.
thorough. Has
I turned
no
off the light
enemies,
to the bathroom
because
and
they're
walked
all
into the
dead.
room, expecting to see Cody playing around,
Except you.
trying to scare
9
me.
to 1 odds says he's
Instead,
our man.
Cody was sitting
More
on the
than
bed in
just
the far
you
corner of the
identifying
room,
his
looking at me.
distinguishing features. The
I asked him
MO
who
is
just
all
pushed
him
open the
as
door.
well. Leading a small
Agnes,
team to
he said.
kidnap a baby and leaving
Now
one of
truly
the parents
freaked out,
alive
I went to
for
pick Cody
later.
up off the bed
Not
and brought
many
him to the
mercs in the
living room,
Commonwealth
where I
can
spent the
pull
rest of
that
my
off.
shift until his parents came back. I didn't mention any of the weird things that happened, but when they reached out to me to watch Cody again a few weeks later, I never called them back.
Here we are. Keep an eye out, will you? See if I can get this open.
Something from me?
Something to hide.
What is it?
Why don't you give it a try?
It is hard to determine whether the surface is more or less susceptible to outbreaks, but a preparation plan is never a bad idea.
Along with where he hides the combination and some other valuables.
Why don't you give it a
When she
try?
saw me at the doorway, she smiled and said,
As
"Hey,
you
what's
say.
up, sweetie," to me, with her annoying, creepy smile. I didn't say anything other than nothing. Then she shut his closet door, and I walked away to my room. I told my dad about it, but he didn't seem concerned. A few days after that, while my dad was at work again, I just got back from school, and I was walking upstairs to my room.
Let's take a look
And as
around.
I was, I saw Kathy leave my
Kellogg
little
must
brother
have left
Jake's room
something
and shut the door behind her. I asked her what she was doing in his room. She smiled and said, "I was just opening the window, it's hot in the house." I didn't answer and walked up to my room. When I heard her go downstairs eventually, I snuck to Jake's room to check if she actually had opened the window, and both windows were shut. Something was
Look
up
at
with this
this.
lady, and I knew it, and I still know it. I told my dad again, and in response, he asked me to just please be patient with the situation, and that he
Interesting
knows I don't
brand.
care for Kathy.
Won't lead us anywhere
I
on its
didn't
own,
bother
though.
telling Jake. Fast forward to 2 days ago. Jake, my dad, and I were all not home, and
What
Kathy
about
was
dog
babysitting
meat?
Scotty. I
Commonwealth
came home
mutt like him
unannounced,
can
but
track
I
a
wanted to
man's
be
scent
secretive
for
about it,
miles.
because I wanted
Why
to
don't
see
you
if
go
I could
fetch
catch her
him and
doing
let him
anything
have a
again.
whiff?
I
See if he
snuck
picks
into the
up
house and
trail.
went to my room quietly.
Before you head
Eventually,
out,
from the kitchen downstairs, I
I know
started to
this
hear
is
Scotty crying.
personal business.
Not regular crying, like a
have to
very
face
distressed
Kellogg
kind
on
of
your
crying.
own.
And I heard
Just
Kathy
say so.
screaming at the top of her lungs to
Besides, you
shut the
already
F
have
up.
plenty of company.
It was the first time I heard her
Can't all
raise her
go
voice,
sniffing
and I
through the
believe it was the first time
Commonwealth
I
after
was
one
hearing her
man.
true colors come out. I ran downstairs to yell at her to leave my brother alone. She was startled and shocked that I was home, and for the first time, she didn't give me her creepy smile. She looked at me blankly and went downstairs and shut the door. I called my dad and told him right away, and that night, my dad had a conversation with her about it. I don't know how it went,
You
but
gonna
I
talk?
assume not good, because that night, I woke up in the middle of the night to something, and looked up into my room. There was someone in my room, and they quickly left the room and shut the door behind them. I got
You
out of
need
bed
me,
and opened my door,
just come
and as I
knock.
got into the hall, I
Not.
saw and heard my dad's bedroom
Then
door
the next
close.
time I see you,
I went over to my dad's
hope
room
it's
and
with
opened
your
the door,
son.
and both
Safe
Kathy and my
and
dad
sound.
were laying in the bed. I woke my dad up furiously and told him Kathy was just in
time
my
to hit
room.
the road.
She denied the whole thing, saying she was in bed. I don't know if my dad believed me or not, but he told me to go back to my room and he'd talk with Kathy. I obeyed, and I heard them whispering as I
Sure,
shut the door.
could be fun.
I went back to bed, and I was scared. I'm still scared. I want her out of the house and out of our lives.
You are a
I think she's
scientific
dangerous.
marvel, Monsieur Nick.
Why was she in
Oh,
my
I'm
room?
sure you say
It's
that to
freaking
all
me
the
out.
junk in the scrap heap.
I worry for my family's well-being, and I don't know what we can do. This one goes back a few years ago to when I was 30 years old. I was at my condo in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My condo, which I still own, is on the second floor of a decently nice building that I won't name for privacy reasons. Whenever I go down there, it's in the colder months up north, and I'm a complete beach bum when I go down there. Luckily for me, I work remotely from my job through my laptop and phone, so I've been able to retreat down there whenever I'd like. Fort Lauderdale is for the most part a pretty clean and safe city, and the specific location my building is in is no exception. That is, usually. It was the middle of January. It was late at night, past 10 o'clock. I was out on my balcony with my feet over the railing, on my laptop. when all of a sudden I heard from down below on the ground someone yelling something. They were yelling, "Yo," and "Hey you." At first I didn't move, taking the assumption that whoever it was talking to someone else. They couldn't possibly be calling up to me. But they followed with, "Hey you up there." And my heart skipped a beat, because now I knew they were talking to me. My main question was, why? I set my laptop down on the chair and looked over the railing down to the ground below. There was a guy in front of a car in the parking lot, looking up at me, and he said, "Yeah, you." I asked, "What's up?" He told me to come down there so he could show me something cool. I took a better look at this guy. Some guy with a backwards hat and tank top on. I assumed he was just some punky kid messing with me, so I ignored him and sat back down. When I did that, I heard him laughing as he said, "I'm gonna come up there and skin you alive, you prick." I stood up again and looked at him. He had this unsettling and sinister smile on his face. I realized he looked older than I initially thought. He wasn't some kid. I literally opened my mouth to shout something back at him, but for some reason, I didn't bother. I grabbed my laptop and went inside and shut the sliding door. I expected him to yell up a couple things afterwards, but I didn't hear him do so. As uncomfortable as that made me, I felt much safer being inside.
One of these at the
I
agency.
chalked it up to just the occasional coked-up Florida lunatic on the streets. But things became next level when the silence of the room was broken by pounding on my condo door, accompanied with a voice yelling obscenities and threats at me. It was the guy again. The bang was so loud I was genuinely concerned he was going to break the door down. All I could do was yell, "I'm calling the police." That didn't faze him. His bangs turned to these carving and stabbing noises. They probably all lasted for about a minute or two, but felt like a century until he gave one more loud angry bang, screamed one more obscenity at me, and left. I knew because I checked through the peephole. I called the police after the ordeal just to show them and report it to them. On the other side of the door, there were several stab marks in it, confirming I did hear him stabbing at it, and confirming this man had a knife. I prayed nobody was harmed that night. I doubt he knew me. I think he was just a really drugged out crazy person looking to hurt someone. I once spent a night in jail. I know everyone says it, but I didn't do shit. I was attacked by a bouncer at a nightclub in my hometown because some girl who I had history with was there, and she had the nerve to lie to a bouncer and tell him I was touching her and her friends inappropriately, when I never even said a word to them. The bouncer came and put his hands on me and started pushing me out of the club. Honestly, I pushed back in my drunken state. And of course, cops were outside the bar. And between a drunk guy and a club bouncer, who are they going to side with? Well, I end up handcuffed in the back of a cop car, and I'm escorted to jail, where I spent the night. All that was in this cell was one wooden bar for sitting on, and this other guy besides me. He asked what I'm in for, and I told him for bullshit. I took one look at the guy, and I knew I didn't belong here. He had tattoos on his face, he was missing a front tooth, and he just had this face that said, "Don't mess with me or I'll cap you." I didn't want to rub him the wrong way, so I just tried talking with him if he talked to me. At one point, I did open up to him a bit, just because of my anger at the situation, and I needed to vent. During this time, I told him some delicate info, like where I was from, which is definitely the nicer side of town. I told him how I had people over that night since my parents were away, and we all pre-gamed and went to the club. I basically told him the rundown of the whole night. Since I was drunk, I wanted to just try and sleep, but he'd keep talking to me and it was getting annoying. Eventually, I think he caught on and shut up. The next morning, we had to go to court because, yes, sadly I was charged with assault and trespassing. 2 bogus charges. My cellmate had to go too. I saw the judge before him though. He was one of the other offenders in the back of the court listening to my charges. I was released with a future court date set. A complete nightmare. But that night, I was at home, and all the windows were open, so I heard everything from outside. I was hearing footsteps circling the house. Multiple sets of footsteps. I started to shut all my windows one by one on the first floor. Then I got to the backyard door, which is a sliding glass door looking out to the deck. I curiously flicked on the deck light, and immediately, 2 dudes ran out from the light into the darkness. I recognized one of them to be my cellmate. I closed the blind to the door, continued closing the rest of the windows. I couldn't believe he found me, but he was obviously there to rob our house blind after I told him how my parents were away. He must have seen dollar signs when I told him the side of town I was in. He probably heard my name called in the courtroom, and one quick Google search of my simple name turned up my address. The two dudes took off, I believe, because I didn't hear from them the rest of the night. I never told my parents I was arrested. Because of that, I never told them about how my cellmate almost came and robbed our house. This is something that just happened to me. I don't know how to feel about it other than freaked out. I'm not a spiritual person at all. I've been on and off seeing this guy named Spencer. I met him through a coworker one night when we were out together at a bar, and we hit it off. I finally introduced him to my family, and while my parents were indifferent about him, my grandparents didn't really care for him, my grandma especially. They both said they saw something bad in him, that he doesn't seem like a good guy. My grandma mostly. This wasn't after one-time meeting though. This was after I brought him around multiple times, and everyone could get a good idea about him. And honestly, I started to see what they meant, because Spencer and I would get into constant arguments, and he would lose his temper fairly easy on me. For this, we'd be on and off constantly. There was one night that I felt like he was about to raise his hands to me. He held back and then calmed down. This was when I said, "I'm done," and dropped him. Or so I thought I was going to. My grandma was especially happy and said I could do much better. Then she went on about how I should go find a nice Italian boy from a nice family like she always did. Anyway, not long after this, my grandma died of a heart attack. During my grieving, I hung a picture of my grandma up on my wall in my room to commemorate her. This was only a month ago. I'd been having a horrible month. And out of weakness, when Spencer reached out to me 2 weeks ago, I answered, and we saw each other. We had been seeing each other every night these past 2 weeks, and I really thought he had changed because we hadn't argued a single time, and I just felt safe around him. Well, only a few days ago, Spencer and I agreed to be official boyfriend and girlfriend, and that night, I woke up to a crash in my room. I panicked and flicked on the lamp, and it took me a moment to notice the picture of my grandma wasn't on the wall anymore. I got up and saw the frame had fallen to the floor and cracked. The picture frame I hung of my grandma had fallen and cracked on the night I agreed to date Spencer. I held the frame in my hand, my heart in my throat, my whole body shaking. I called Spencer the next day and told him I think we should go our separate ways for a while, as my head isn't in the right place. And he blew up on the phone in anger, and that phone call proved my grandma was right about him. But that picture frame falling and breaking, what could have caused it? There was no draft in the room. Even as I imagined that it was somehow a sign from my grandma, do you realize how freaking scary that is? I took my Jeep on a road trip to Colorado to do some off-roading in the wilderness. I was doing a bunch of trails in the Red Feather Lakes, and I was ending the night off on the Dead Man's Road Trail. It was a somewhat challenging trail, but the scenery was unbeatable. I packed a sleeping bag, and planned on sleeping in the back of my Jeep with the back seats folded down. I pulled somewhere off the immediate trail, just off the slight chance some other night drivers would pass by. But that was very unlikely. I guess people can call me a weirdo for enjoying off-roading on my own and camping alone, but I've always liked doing things solo. I use the word camping because I do consider this to just be luxury camping. Instead of being in a tent, I'm in the back of my Jeep in the middle of the woods. I ate some of the protein bars and other snacks I brought as my little dinner, and I set up my sleeping bag in the back. In case you're wondering if I was doing this in the dark, I had the LED light bar on my Jeep on, which basically lit up the entire surrounding area pretty nicely. So I finally crawl into the sleeping bag, and I'd be lying if I said it's comfortable sleeping back there. It's the price to pay for off-roading in the sunrise for me. I had the windows all closed to avoid bugs getting in, but I still heard everything outside. And then it happened. I heard a voice from out in the woods, followed by a short, loud laughter. As deep into the trail I was, there's no way someone was just walking around out there. Not in this total darkness. I looked out the windows expecting to see headlights or taillights somewhere. Nope.
We should head back to the
And
office.
I heard the voice
next
again,
chance we
much
get.
clearer. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman at first. It was shaking now, though. Someone was out there, that much was clear. Though I was hearing a voice, I didn't know what was being said just yet.
Don't
I
much
laid
care
there,
for good neighbor.
waiting for it again,
That place is
scared to
nothing.
death. For a while, just crickets.
Trouble.
Then, much closer now, I heard in a clear voice belonging to either a woman
don't
or a
think we've
young
met
boy.
yet. I
"Hello,
heard your
I see
radio
you there."
beacon, so I figured, why
Now
not?
I was ready
Anyway,
to throw up.
I just
I
wanted to
wanted
say
to move
thanks
to the
for
driver's seat
opportunity.
and drive,
So
but
let
I was
me know
too
if you have
scared to
anything
move.
you need me to do.
I felt like if I just stayed laying down, that whoever was out there wouldn't see me.
Okay.
I know that makes no sense, but
Yes?
hiding and not moving was me clinging on to the hope that this wasn't actually happening. Then, there was one loud bang on my rear windshield, and I jumped up and practically dove over the two front seats into the driver's seat. And I started the car and drove as quickly as I could manage down the trail, scared they were running after me
What I call
because
a
I
good
could only
day.
go so fast on
One
this
that
rocky
ends without
terrain.
an empty stomach.
I was scared to look in the rearview mirror, but when I did,
Go ahead.
I didn't see anyone through the red glow of my taillights. It was a nightmare. I was tired, but drove the rest of the trail until I was back on pavement. Then I drove for miles until I reached a motel. Some people have asked me, what if it was someone stranded who needed help? And I say no way. No one's out there that late in the pitch black, laughing without a flashlight that deep on some trail. And they wouldn't bang on my windshield just once like that if they weren't trying to scare me. People are messed up. Always watch your back and be woke to your surroundings.
Sure.
This is one of the few unexplainable events I've experienced in my life. I was home upstairs in my room, writing my paper for my history class. As far as I knew, I was home alone, but apparently I was mistaken, because my mom's voice called out from downstairs, yelling my name. I called back, "What?" She didn't answer, so slightly annoyed because I didn't want to be
Sounds
interrupted
not
from my
much,
train of thought on my
but it's
paper.
something.
I reluctantly got up to go downstairs and see what she wanted.
Of course.
When I got downstairs, I looked around for my mom, but she wasn't anywhere in sight. So I yelled out, "Mom?" And she yelled back my name in response. Her voice came from down in the basement. So I went to the basement door, but strangely the lights were off. I called down the stairs, "Mom?" again, and she called back. I yelled out, "What are you doing down there with the lights off?" She didn't respond. I flicked on the light and went down the stairs. I heard my mom call my name again as I was near to the bottom of the steps. It was getting weird. Each time she called my name, it sounded exactly the same. Like there was zero difference in inflection every single time she said my name. I yelled out, "Mom," again, and she once again yelled back my name. She was nowhere to be seen in the basement, but then I noticed the little crawl space closet door was open. I call it that because it's a weird closet that you have to kind of crawl into, but it takes up a large chunk of the basement. That was the only place left in the basement that my mom could be. So I said, "Mom," one final time. No answer this time. I went closer to the closet door and got on my knees just to try and look in. It was pitch black inside, and I was starting to get freaked out. I said, "Mom, are you messing with me?" There was no response at all, just the quiet buzzing sound from the basement light. I got back up, and for some reason decided to sprint back upstairs, slamming and locking the basement door behind me. I didn't know what I had just witnessed and heard, but I went to grab the house phone and call my mom's cell number. It rang a few times until my mom picked up, and I learned that she was out grocery shopping. I told her, but she didn't believe my story, of course. She thought I was messing with her. It took half an hour of begging her to believe me that she finally went along with it. And when she and my dad were both home, we all went down to the basement together. The closet door was still open. My dad went inside, but there was no one in there. This still remains to be the most haunting, unexplainable experience of my life. I was only about 9 years old when this happened. I was sleeping over my grandma's house for the weekend, which I often did when I was little. It was a stormy day out, and my grandma was out at the nearby grocery store getting ingredients for dinner. I was in the living room watching SpongeBob when the phone rang. There was obviously zero reason for me to answer the phone, but you know, I was a little kid with a little kid brain. There's no explaining any decisions made. I went to the kitchen and picked up the phone, and after my little kid voice said hello into the phone, a man's voice on the other end said, "Can I speak to the adult in the house?" I said, "She's not home." The voice responded, "So you're all alone right now?" I remember I paused for a second, then said, "Yeah." Even at my age, I knew after he asked that it probably wasn't a good idea to have picked up the phone. The person on the other end then asked if the current address he had on file was correct, but I didn't answer that. I hung up the phone, and now I was nervous. I was worried I might have just gotten my grandma in trouble. Nonetheless, I went back to watching SpongeBob. 20 minutes later or so, there was a frantic knocking at the door. I muted the TV and listened. Along with the knocking, someone on the other end cried out, "Please help." It was a man. I snuck over to the edge of the wall where the opening for the front door was to take a peek and see if I saw anyone standing on the other side of the door through the glass at the top of the door. That was a mistake, because I did, and they saw me too. The man on the other side of the door immediately said, "Little boy, please open the door, I'm hurt bad." I ran to the corner of the room by the window and closed the blinds so I could hide behind the couch. I was so scared. There were no cell phones back then. I couldn't call my grandma. The man kept pounding on the door, his cries for help turning more annoyed sounding, and his knocks got louder and more frequent. Then the pounds on the door stopped, and he started knocking on the window right next to me. The creep started saying things like, "I'm not gonna hurt you," and "Please, I'm bleeding bad." I started to cry in the corner, still hiding behind the couch. The pounding stopped finally, and after a minute, I ran to my grandma's room and locked the door. I laid in her bed under the covers with only my head sticking out. The rain hitting the windowsill and the occasional distant thunder was weirdly calming, at least for a little bit. The man on the other side appeared at one of the windows and started trying to lift it open. Thank God all the windows were locked. Now I hid under the covers completely, and I don't think he saw me in there. This was the last time I saw or heard that man. 20 minutes later, I heard my grandma come in through the front door. I ran into her arms, crying and apologizing, and told her everything. She of course called the police, and when the officers needed me to give whatever details I could, my grandma called me into the room and I answered their questions. Then she sent me back off to the guest bedroom to watch TV. Fortunately, that man was never caught, for this at least. My grandma never told my parents, and she told me not to tell them either. But she also never left me alone again anytime I slept over after that, which wasn't many times. Long story short, I was one unlocked door away from undoubtedly being kidnapped. I'm a father of 2 kids. They're 15 and 10. My wife was out of the house at the time of this happening. I was in my room taking a nap in the middle of the day. My older son is always in and out all day, every day with his friends. So when I heard the front door constantly opening and closing, it didn't concern me. But eventually, when I heard the storm door slam shut for a 4th time, I started to get annoyed and whistled at him to quiet down. I started hearing other loud noises from across the hallway, in the direction of my younger son Keith's room. I imagined he was playing with his wrestling toys or something. Regardless, even with my door shut, the noise got to be too much. It was just like a constant thumping sound. Like, what could Keith possibly be doing? When I went across the hall to his room, the noise became more clear, and it was this literal thumping on the wall sound. I went into his room. The door was already opened. I said Keith's name angrily, but I didn't see my son. I saw some grown man facing the wall, banging his head into the wall. There was blood on the wall from his constant banging. The man gave me a side glance without turning his whole head. I managed to tackle the man to the floor, and that's when Keith emerged from under his sheets where he was hiding. The man didn't fight back. He started yelling this psychotic mumbo-jumbo, proving his lacking sanity. I told Keith to go get the house phone while I held the man down. After calling the police, I was in that same position for at least 5 minutes before they arrived. The man just kept smiling and laughing and saying things that made no sense the entire time. The man was ill or on some serious drugs, or both. I didn't press charges, and I'm sure he was taken somewhere to get the help he clearly needed, and to get him off the streets. I've had many night terrors in my life, and I've struggled with many sleeping disorders. Hell, I can't even count how many times I've experienced sleep paralysis. It's a truly disturbing thing. I've also woken to seeing spiders and other giant bugs in my bed countless times, for them to only disappear as I start to snap back to reality. But the hallucinations are always so real and vivid. I always find myself jumping out of my bed screaming, throwing pillows at the non-existent bugs. And don't even get me started on the constant nightmares I have. There was one stressful week of school that I was up to my ears in homework with all my classes, and I was admittedly exhausted mentally and physically. With half of my assignments due the next day, which was Friday, I was up extremely late for a school night. It had to be like 3 a.m. I had to be up in 3 hours. When I finally finished all of my assignments, I literally crashed into bed, and I was out cold faster than I could remember. And that night, I was having a bad dream again. The best I could describe this bizarre dream, I was for some reason in this linear building that I was trying to escape, and in each passing room I kept finding candies, like it was a Halloween attraction or something. But in the dream I was running away from something, and the something I was running away from kept laughing. It was a child's laughter, and it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. What caused me to wake up was when I made it to what was presumed to be the final door of the building. The laughing was the loudest now, and when I opened the door, I woke up in my bed. I couldn't move. It was happening again. Then there was a laughter from the middle of the room. I moved my eyes to focus to the middle of the room. There were 4 people standing in the center of the room. It was like a family, a tall male and female, and then a small boy and girl. They were all holding hands and they were all laughing, looking at me with giant grins on their faces, impossibly wide grins. And as I felt this tight pressure in my chest, which is common in sleep paralysis, I started to feel like they were getting bigger, or just getting closer, like they were all floating towards me. When my body finally permitted, I threw the sheets off of me and threw my pillows into the middle of the room and screamed. But the pillows did nothing, as the 4 figures were gone, and the horrible laughing had stopped. I had never experienced a hallucination like that, and I have had sleep paralysis many times. I had to see my doctor the next day, who prescribed me new medication. Since then, I've still had my share of night terrors, but nothing even close to that. I was looking for a car to buy for my son for his 18th birthday. I was searching all the typical car websites, cars.com, eBay Motors. They were all overpriced as expected. Craigslist was the only place to find an actual deal. About a week into my search, I found an 03 Toyota Camry. It had 67,000 miles, no accidents, no damage, and good condition for only $3,500. This seemed like a steal for such a reliable car with such low mileage. The seller lived about 10 miles from me, which was a reasonable drive when looking for a car. I gave him a call to set up a time to come check it out. The man sounded normal on the phone. He assured me there were absolutely no problems with the car. He introduced himself as Bob. I brought along $3,500 in cash, even though I planned on wiggling down the price as much as possible. I pulled up the dirt road to Bob's property about 15 minutes early. It was a tiny little house with a decent-sized property, only because it was a bit far from the nearest neighbors. The garage was open, so I looked over to see if anyone was inside, but except for an unusual amount of car parts, it was empty. The car was nowhere in sight. The only car on the property was an old pickup truck. I went over to the front door to check the house numbers. It was the right address. The doorbell button was missing, so I knocked on the front door. I knocked every once in a while for exactly 5 minutes before deciding to give the man a call. So I dialed his number, and I heard the sound of his phone ringing from inside the house. I was extremely confused at this point. Now I knew I had the right house. I didn't understand why, if he was home, why he wasn't answering. I decided I had to take a peek through one of the windows to see if anyone was inside. Peering through the glass, I couldn't really see much as it was pretty dark inside the house. I saw a very old-fashioned dining room set, but across from that, I saw somebody standing at the back door of the house, staring outside. I figured that must have been Bob, so I knocked on the window, but he didn't even move. There was no gate or anything to the backyard. It was just a wide open yard since this wasn't a rural area. I simply walked around the house to the backyard. I didn't understand how he couldn't hear me. When I got to the back door, I made a shocking realization. The figure standing by the door was a taxidermied human being. I ran straight back the way I came and back to my car. I looked up one last time before driving off. The blinds to the window I had peeked into had been shut, but I could see 2 of the blinds creased open. Somebody was at that window, watching me. You could probably guess I had the gas pedal to the floor the whole way home. The whole situation still makes no sense. All the car parts, the fact that there was no Toyota Camry, the taxidermied human being. Given that there was no car there, leads me to believe that whoever that man was wasn't planning on selling me anything. And that also leads me to the disturbing thought that I was very close to becoming a lifeless statue staring out that man's back door. This happened when I was really little and often left alone with my single mom. She always came to check on me every night when she would get up to go to the bathroom. This one night in particular, I remember waking up thinking I heard something in my closet.
What are you shooting at?
I looked up, and my mom was at the foot of my bed giving me a playful wave. She told me to go back to sleep. She then went into my closet and pulled the door until it was just barely open, and she just stood in there, poking her head through the crack of the barely open closet. I remember vividly seeing her eye peeking through the crack at me. I laughed like any little kid would do in that situation, and then fell asleep moments later. When I was eating cereal the next morning, I asked my mom why she was hiding in my closet last night, and she just stopped and gave me a puzzled and concerned look. She told me she hadn't been in the room all night. At first she assumed somebody had broken into the house, but she soon realized it was some kind of hallucination or dream. Since this experience, I've only had 2 other hallucinations, neither of them as vivid or as creepy as this one.
I'm probably not going to.
He just stopped and gave me a puzzled and concerned look.
In the year 2009, I was spending a weekend with my uncle on his ranch when my parents were renovating the new house we had just bought. It was my second night there, a Saturday, and it happened to be during one of the biggest thunderstorms of the year. I'd say there were at least 3 crashes of thunder and lightning per minute. And we were in the heart of the storm, because the thunder would crash not even a second after the lightning would. I always enjoyed listening to storms while laying in bed. So I stayed up a little later watching TV, just enjoying the ambiance. After the movie I was watching finally ended, I turned off the TV and tried to fall asleep. As I heard the lightning strike from outside, I could have sworn I heard some kind of metallic thud coming from outside at the same time. I didn't pay it too much mind. 20 seconds later, I could have sworn I heard it again. A very distinct metallic thud coming from outside to match the timing of the lightning. I really don't mean to make this sound like a cliche horror story, but my uncle really is a kind of creepy guy, and I was never close with him even remotely. So for that reason, I didn't feel right going to wake him up. I just tried to forget about it. Now I was getting concerned. What the hell could that be? After the 3rd time, I finally got out of bed and walked over to the window of the guest bedroom. The water pouring down on the window made it extra hard to see what was out there in the dark fields. A flash of lightning momentarily lit up the property, but I couldn't see anything. However, once again, the sound of a metal hit accompanied it. The sound was so close now, it sounded like it was coming from the left of the window at a blind spot. I was going to do something I knew my uncle wouldn't be happy about. It would be a bit messy, but I was going to open the window and peer outside to see if I could see what the sound was. I unhooked the window lock and slid it up, and immediately the wind of the storm blew drops of rain into the room and onto me. I stuck my head out the window and looked to the left, and at that very moment, lightning lit up the property once again, and I could see a person dressed in all black crouched down by the outside basement door with his hand raised in the air. And before the sky went dark, I caught the briefest glimpse of what the sound was coming from. The person was bashing at the basement door lock. I pulled my head in and quietly shut the window, making sure to lock it. I was in a panic. I feared he might have seen or heard me. I ran back to bed and pretended to be asleep, facing away from the window. Lightning crashed once again, but this time there was no metallic thud. My heart must have dropped as I realized this. I just stayed put in bed for the longest time, hoping whoever was out there would go away. After maybe 3 more lightning crashes without any thuds accompanying them, I thought it would be safe to go tell my uncle. I turned to face the window and screamed. There was a figure, clear as day, standing at the window, looking in at me. I screamed as loud as I could and ran straight to my uncle's room. He went outside with his hunting rifle, with nothing on but his pajamas, not even socks. He ran around the entire property yelling like a madman, but didn't find anyone. The next morning, we were able to better see the marks on the basement door lock. It was almost bashed open. Maybe 3 or 4 more good hits would have done it, according to my uncle. He was proud of me for picking up on it. Luckily, I was out of there that same day. My uncle hasn't told us of any incidents since, so I think he's been okay. Not that we talked to him much at all. I'm grateful I stayed up a little later that night watching that movie, because I may have just stopped a robbery, or possibly much worse.
I don't care if anyone judges me, but I like to go to the movie theaters alone. My work schedule is all over the place. I often don't work weeknights. So on a stormy Wednesday night, a night not many other people would be thinking to go drive to a movie theater, I did just that. I always like avoiding crowds in anything I do. That's just how I am. It was 2017. I went to see some low-key movie that probably wasn't at the top of most people's must-see movie lists. I was the only one in the theater, just like I expected. I sat myself right in the center seat of one of the higher-up rows and put my feet up on the seat in front of me. About 20 minutes into the movie, I'd say, I noticed someone a few aisles down. I didn't notice them coming in. The theater was dark because the scene in the movie at the time was in a dark room. They weren't sitting in a seat like a normal person, though. All I saw of them was the top half of their head, peering over one of the seats to be looking in a direction that definitely was not the screen. It was still too dark to be able to tell if they were looking directly at me or not, but when the scene changed to a brighter background, the whole theater got brighter. Bright enough to see they were looking basically at me. But their face was so pale and lifeless looking, and their hair messy and wiry looking. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. I'm an introvert, or just an awkward person, so I didn't really want to ask if there was something wrong. I viewed that as confrontation. The screen went darker again, and at the same time, the person lowered down behind the chair completely until I couldn't see them anymore. They were completely hidden from my view. I couldn't concentrate on the movie now, though. I was actually very uncomfortable. Actually quite terrified. I didn't get up, though. I stayed put in my seat. Many scenes in the movie passed. I almost forgot about what happened. Almost. Just when I was getting back into the movie, the person's head appeared from behind a seat again. This time much closer, only like 3 rows of seats away from me. I actually let out a holy shit and a loud yell because it genuinely made me jump. Now I was able to see more detail or features in their face. They actually looked lifeless. Their eyes motionless, hung open. But still, I somehow couldn't tell if they were looking directly at me or not. Now I could better see it was a man with long, unkept hair.
I'm listening.
I noped the F out of my seat and down the road to the exit. I had to pass the row in which the person was in to get to the exit door. As I passed the row, I looked down it, and while I expected to see the rest of the person's body sitting hunched behind the seats, instead what I saw was something you would see in a nightmare. There was some guy basically laying on the floor, holding up a severed head perched on a stick. I didn't stick around to see if it was some sick joke or if the head was real or not. I ran for it through the exit door, and I ran out of the back exit of the building to the parking lot. I drove home in a panic, heart racing. That head looked so real. I got home and did some research about possible recent murders or missing people in the area, and I found something. After browsing a list of missing people in the area, I found the picture of a 17-year-old boy named Donald Watkins who had gone missing a month prior. And based on the picture I found, his face could have matched the head I saw in that theater. Of course, that could be my brain trying to connect any similarities. But the hair, the nose, the eyes, they looked like they could actually be a match. The next day, I simply made a call to the theater and told them the story and suggested they check their cameras and see if anything strange came up.
I'm new around here.
I gave them my number to reach me if they needed to,
personally thank
but I never
any
heard
place
from
you want
them.
me to
I chose to not spend any more of my time on it.
Okay.
A long time ago, I very briefly lived with my good friend Ben on a quiet street in Northville, Michigan, perhaps
Yes.
notable for being close to Detroit. It wasn't the nicest house, or block, or area for that matter, but the price was unbeatable for two broke young men like ourselves. Ben and I went way back to when we were like 9 years old, and at the time of this story, we worked the same job, and rooming together with him seemed like a great idea. On our first day there, we quickly figured out that the creepy-looking house across the street with the overgrown grass and bushes was abandoned, as were a lot of the houses around the area. In fact, something we somehow hadn't noticed before, there was even graffiti next to one of the front windows and on the fence. Our neighbors on one side seemed like creeps, and we didn't even want to approach them. The neighbor on the other side was an older dude, a very interesting, hippie-ish kind of guy. His name was Marv. He had long gray hair with a matching long gray beard. He seemed friendly at first, I guess, but also very weird and hard to talk to. We spoke with him on our second day there after work. He told us the place had been abandoned for as long as he could remember. That night, with the sun almost set, while we were sitting on the front stoop smoking, I looked to the house across the street and felt a little tingle in my stomach out of shock. I stood up, threw my cigarette onto the floor and crushed it. Ben looked at me confused, and I pointed to the window across the street. I was pointing at a face, which I saw staring at me through the lone upstairs window of the house. You see that? There's someone at that window. Ben looked at the window immediately, but I saw the person move their head away before he could see it. It's weird. I explained to Ben that I didn't even know if it was a male or female, old or young. The glass was just too foggy. All I knew was that I saw the eyes, and they were staring at us. Ben told me I was legitimately creeping him out. He believed me.
You gotta take things one
We
day
ran
at a
over to
time.
Marv's house to tell him, but strangely he didn't answer
Go
his
ahead.
door, even though we saw him watching TV in his tiny, messy living room through the window. The fact that the guy wouldn't answer creeped us out even more. Dude, what the fuck is going on with this place?
Now,
Ben
see
laughed,
what I can
but
do.
the situation couldn't stay comical for long. Ben owned a katana. He brought it to
I'm all
mention
ears.
and suggested we go across the street with it, break into the house from the backyard, and see what was going on. We were always adventurous,
one of them
daring
sends you to
troublemakers as
spy on me.
kids, so this was our natural response to the situation. When it got dark, we went across the street to the backyard, broke off the board holding the back door shut, and entered the house. We both had heavy-duty flashlights with us to light up basically any room we were in. The house was dusty, decrepit, but surprisingly seemed to remain untouched from the inside. No graffiti or signs of vandalism anywhere. Still, the place was disturbingly creepy, and we immediately joked that we should get the
Farm's not
fuck out of
much,
there. But we
but it's
pressed on.
something.
You hear about that
The first
farm
floor
run
was
by
pathetically
ghouls?
small like our
Isn't
own.
that something?
A kitchen, a tiny living room, and a dining room.
Sure.
There was no basement and one closet. The first floor was clear. We both agreed to check the upstairs. We
course.
tiptoed over to the stairs, and Ben, out of nowhere, screamed, "Is anybody up there?" "Dude, why the fuck would you do that?" I said quietly. Then we both froze in fear when we heard rapid stomping suddenly appear from above us. It was someone heavy, and it sounded like they were running over to the stairway. I literally felt like my heart stopped. Ben, the one with the katana, was the first to flee, grabbing my arm and tugging me with him. We went out the way we entered and ran back to the house, where we saw Marv just standing by his window, watching us. We didn't know what to
Try
do.
not
He
to
just
sever
intently
anything you
stared
might
at us
miss.
as we froze to catch our breath in front of the house. We went inside, decided not to call the police, and moved out literally the next day. We explained to the landlord that the location was just too inconvenient for us, and we needed to leave ASAP. We drove away from that house and never looked back. For my son's 12th birthday, my wife and I threw him a little party in the backyard. We invited the whole family, as we usually did for any of our kids' birthdays, and let him invite all of his friends too. We live in rural New Jersey, so our backyard connects to forest on two sides. We also have a pretty big property, which allowed us to space out a bunch of tables on the grass with food and refreshments.
The little party went into the night. Most of our guests left, but closer family and some of our friends stayed late. It was probably 8 o'clock. The mosquitoes were out in full force, so I decided to run over to the shed at the far end of the backyard by the woods to fetch the tiki torches. I grabbed like 6 torches and set them on the grass while I went back in to look for fuel. However, while I was in the shed, I heard steps in the woods. I stopped what I was doing to take a look out there, but honestly, it was just too dark to see out into the woods. After finding the fuel, I went back to the part of the yard everyone else was at and pitched the torches into the ground. The 6 torches gave off a decent amount of light, while keeping us safe from the blood-sucking pests. There were about 6 kids left, including my son, and they all wanted to play hide-and-seek in the woods. My wife and I allowed it, just making sure to tell them to stay close to the tree line. My son and his friends went to play their little game in the woods, which left the rest of us to sit in peace for a little bit. It was a solid 15 minutes of talking with relatives and hearing the kids laughing and yelling in the near distance out in the woods. But all of a sudden, yelling turned to screams, concerning sounding screams from the kids. All of us looked at each other, sitting up in concern. The kids one by one came running out of the woods, yelling that there's something in there. We don't have bears or any big predatory animals around here, so that was not the first thing we assumed it to be. I told all the kids to stay near the patio area. My brother Dom and I, being the biggest men there, decided to go investigate. We took a couple flashlights and off we went into the pitch black woods. The only sounds we heard around us were crickets and other night bugs. That's when we started to hear something else. It sounded like an animal at first, but as we followed the sound to get closer, the sound started to become more human-like. We continued to walk, and we agreed we both had the feeling that we were being watched, like stalked. I put my arm out to stop Dom. Standing in the silence now, the best way I could describe the sound we were hearing was a moaning, angry kind of sound. It sounded human, but it was a bizarre sound. Then, a few cracks of the leaves on the ground ahead of us. We aimed our lights over there, and there was someone or something behind the tree. The moaning sound stopped. Dom stepped forward and called out. What happened next was textbook horror movie stuff. A scream, so loud, so blood-curdling, so inhuman, filled the air. I'm sure it could be heard for miles. Dom and I turned and booked it back to the property. We waved at everyone to go inside when we made it back. Dom got on the phone with the sheriff's department. They said it was probably a wild animal. We wanted to insist it was a human, but we honestly couldn't. We to this day don't know who or what we saw and heard in those woods, but it was definitely stalking us and the kids when they were playing hide and seek. And that scream we heard, it just didn't sound human to us.
Back when I was in community college, I worked at this pizza place that was basically in the middle of nowhere. It was located in a strip mall at the side of a highway in a pretty rural area, and there were just people dotted around the surrounded area that the store never quite went out of business. But since we hardly made any money, we operated a skeleton crew at all hours, and especially late at night. Sometimes it would just be 2 people in the store, me and one other guy. One would make the pies, the other would drive them out to the customers. It wasn't always a perfect system, but we managed. Without a doubt, the best time to work was Wednesday or Thursday nights, simply because of how quiet it was. You worked a Wednesday or Thursday late shift and basically got paid to sit around on your butt and talk trash with your coworker. You'd maybe get 1 or 2 calls, nothing stressful, and that was that. But this one night, we get a call almost bang on 11 p.m., a half hour before closing. Any other time, we might actually be kinda angry, but it was just way too out of the ordinary for us to even be mad. Like, I think it was legit the first time we'd ever gotten a call that late. Now, at the time, my coworker is out in his car having a quick smoke before we start our clean down, so I'm all on my own when I hear the phone. Part of me was like, just don't answer it, dude. But honestly, curiosity got the best of me. Most of the families in the county work their farms, so they go to bed pretty early in the evening, so who was calling so late? When I pick up, I don't recognize the voice on the end. Given the nature of the job, I pretty much know everyone who calls, along with exactly what they're going to order. But still, it's not entirely unusual that we get someone new calling. But what was really unusual was how this guy's order differed from most others, not to mention how he was acting in general. So right off the bat, I can tell there's something not quite right with the guy.
Okay.
His voice was super raspy, like he lived in a whiskey still and smoked Marlboros for breakfast. And I know it's about to be a weird call when the first thing he asks for is a hamburger. I'm like, "Sir, this is a pizza place. I can read you our menu if you like." Which was no problem. We only had like 6 different pizzas with a couple of sides. The guy says it's fine. All he wants is hamburger meat. I'm assuming he meant on a pizza since we did actually do a cheeseburger pizza at the time, so I asked some clarification. But no, this guy doesn't want a pizza. He just wants hamburger meat. Raw hamburger meat. I don't even know if I'm allowed to sell raw hamburger meat. Like, I know you can eat raw hamburger meat. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what steak tartare is, but I figured there had to be some kind of food hygiene law against it. I asked my coworker, who was way too blazed to give me a solid answer, so I give the guy an honest answer and tell him I'm not even sure I'm allowed to sell him raw hamburger. The guy started begging and pleading so hard that I was actually speechless for a moment. He sounded like he was fiending for it. So bad that it was actually kind of creepy. I'm even less sure about the whole thing by that point, but after the guy on the phone offers a handsome tip, I make an executive decision and decided to go ahead with the sale. People do dumb stuff for money, right? Well, I suppose this is my thing. I throw what I consider to be $10 retail worth of hamburger meat into a plastic carton, plug this guy's address into my navigation system, then began the drive out to his house. I've been making deliveries in that area of Lawrence County for about 18 months at that time. I'm not saying I knew the place like the back of my hand.
Hi, how are you?
But I'd certainly never seen this guy's house before.
Can't
I didn't
wait.
even know that old place was there. It was some old farmhouse at the end of a long dirt road, and it looked like it was falling apart. It would have made a great haunted house, and all I could think as my headlights suddenly lit the whole place up was that it was like the start of a horror movie or something. I was the poor, dumb pizza boy, doomed to die in the film's intro that introduced whatever crazed killer or monstrous creature that was the movie's main feature. I park up, walk up the old rickety porch, and since there was no sign of a doorbell, I just knock on this guy's door. When he answers, he actually looks pretty normal. Like he'd expect some decrepit old witch to answer the door to a house like that. Not a guy in a sweater vest who looked like the dad of all dads. As I'm handing over the bag of hamburger meat, I can't resist asking him why he'd ordered raw hamburger and not an actual menu item. I figured he's going to grill it at home or whatever, so I frame my question as such. But the guy just smiles, shakes his head, and tells me he's going to eat it raw. I must have completely failed to hide the look of disgusted confusion on my face, because the guy then launches into this big speech about the benefits of eating raw meat. I mean, he talked a lot of science terms that I didn't understand, but he seemed to know what he was talking about, and it actually weirdly put me at ease for a second as he fished around his wallet for a tip. He hands me $11 in crumpled ones, and as I count them, I'm like, "Thanks, man. That's really generous." But then I look up, just in time to see the guy crack the lid on the plastic container of meat, bring it up to his nose, and take a long, deep sniff of what was inside. The way he acted wasn't like this wholesome, smells yummy kind of happy. It seemed straight up perverse. I'm just watching, trying not to freak out, as the smell of the meat seems to legit turn him on. After he huffs it, he shudders, eyes rolling in their sockets before he gets this glazed look in them, and all I'm thinking is, this is my cue to leave. I awkwardly thank the guy, just happy to get off of this property, only right as I go to turn around and walk back off the porch, I see something moving in the dimly lit hallway over the dude's shoulder. Poking out at about waist height from behind a doorframe was this big pair of terrified eyes looking back at me from sunken sockets. It was a kid. I don't even know what compelled me to ask, but whatever it was so strong that it overrode any desire I had to flee while I still had the legs to carry me. I remember saying something like, "That your kid, huh?" Instead of giving me this big smile or waxing lyrical about what a proud dad they were, something that would have suited his wholesome sweater vest dad look, he suddenly looks furious. He spins around on the spot. The kid looks terrified and disappears from view. Then, when he turns back, he just stares at me, this deep, moody stare that sent a shiver down my spine. And once again, I get that overwhelming "this is my cue to leave" feeling. I thank the guy, backing off the porch in a way where I never quite turn my back on him. He doesn't say a word in response, just keeps that angry look on his face, like I'd done something to offend him or seen something I shouldn't have. It took 20 minutes to drive back to the pizza place. 20 long minutes I had to replay the interaction in my head, over and over again. I called 911 as soon as I got back, like I had no idea what was going on back there, but it couldn't have been good. No kid should be that scared of their dad, if that guy even was that kid's dad at all. My logic was that I could call 911, find out I just came out at a bad time and took the dude's actions out of context and maybe feel a little embarrassed. Or find out that something horrible was happening in that house, feel horrendous guilt that I failed to stop it, and then be haunted for the rest of my life. Though, what I wasn't expecting was that there was actually a third option, one that turned out to be worse than the first two. So, I call the cops. They go to check it out. Then the deputy gets back in touch to reassure me that he'd been over to the guy's house, had a good look around, and then found that there was nothing wrong. I figured that once a cop had told me that, I'd feel fine. Kind of stupid for assuming stuff, but generally fine. But I didn't. I found myself just not believing the guy. Like he couldn't have seen the same stuff that I had and just walked away being like, "Yeah, it's all good in that house." I didn't do another delivery to that house for the rest of the time I worked there, and I certainly wasn't complaining about not having to make any more weird deliveries. But even today, I find myself wondering what the deal was with that guy and his kid, and whether or not I should have done more to investigate. Because the thing that haunts me the most is that there might be some kind of kid out there going through the most horrifying ordeal of their young lives, thinking like, why didn't that man help me? Why didn't that man help me? So I'm pretty sure there are identical services in America, but over here in England, you can get your supermarket of choice to deliver your shopping, groceries directly to your home. After you make your order, some hard-working, handsome, diligent driver person will load your food into a van, drive it out to you, and personally deliver them with a smile. And if you're lucky enough to live in Nottingham, then that handsome driver person might well be me. Since the whole pandemic thing started, the number of people using Asda's delivery services shot up. In the run-up to Christmas, I worked 8 days straight, from 7 in the morning to 8 in the evening, with hardly any kind of break to keep me sane. It was exhausting, completely and utterly exhausting, and that's the insane level of fatigue I was feeling that takes the blame for the story I have for you today. So, as I'm making quite a large delivery one night, and the roads are pretty quiet, I see blue flashing lights in my rearview mirror. I give it a few seconds and the lights are still behind me, so obviously I pull over to the side of the road to await further instructions. It's about then that I realize that it's not a normal looking police car. It's unmarked, just this plain looking Renault Clio, and the guy that got out of the driver's side was wearing just regular civilian clothes. I lower my window to see the guy flashing a badge and an ID at me, but he's wearing a face mask for COVID, so it's not like I can see who it actually is anyway. But when the guy says drug squad, It asks for my driver's license. I obviously comply. Undercover police are a thing, after all, and a city like Nottingham has a lot of drug crime, so I didn't think anything of the guy being in his own clothes.
To travel alone.
The guy runs a check on my ID, then explains that a big drug gang has been using professional couriers to ferry product around, and that he and his partner might need to search my rear storage. Obviously, I tell them I'll do anything I can to help, so I mask up, get out of the cab, and open up the rear storage of my van so the police can look around. As soon as the rear doors are open, I notice that the plainclothes officer who climbs into the back is being really rough with some of the produce. I don't say anything at first. I mean, I wouldn't dare start lecturing a policeman on how to do his job, especially when they were hot on the tail of some drug gang and seemed pretty agitated about it. His partner then asked me if he can search the cab of my van, so I open it up for him, and he too starts rummaging around the glove box and stuff, being just as rough and inconsiderate as the officer in the back. Again, I'm quite annoyed by this, and I wander around the back of the van to see how things are getting on, only to find the officer searching back there is in the process of basically ransacking the contents. He's shoving things off shelves, tossing fragile items out the back door. It was outrageous behavior. I finally find it in me to speak up and ask the officer in quite a loud but polite tone to please not be so rough with produce. "Shut your mouth," was all he said in reply, without skipping a beat too. It was such a rude response that I was actually a little bit dumbstruck for a second. I dealt with some impatient police officers before, but this was something else entirely. I tell him there's no need for that kind of attitude, as I am being perfectly cooperative. But by that point, his colleague has joined me after searching the cab, and decides to play the good side of this good cop, bad cop routine. He apologizes for the inconvenience, assures me of the importance of their work, and then says that he has to search me too, since I might be hiding something on me. By then, I was already late for my scheduled delivery, so that ship had sailed, so I figured I might as well just be a good little citizen and continue to help the police as much as I could. So then right there, parked up on a dark, deserted street, this masked-up officer starts frisking my pants and jacket for anything I should have on me. It was just like a routine stop and search at first, nothing out of the ordinary, but then the bloke asked me to take off my jacket so he can search it more thoroughly. Bear in mind, it's absolutely freezing out, so I'm not best pleased, but I still comply. He pats it down a bit, tosses it to the side, then tells me to take off my shoes. I shoot him this confused look, and he starts telling me how I could easily hide drugs or money inside my footwear. I'm coming to the end of my tether, but I do as I'm told, and that's when it all goes downhill. The police officer has my shoes in my hands. He walks around the back of me and starts putting me in cuffs. He tries to assure me that I'm just being detained and I'll be uncuffed once the search is completed, but his explanation does nothing for my nerves. I feel trapped. I'm starting to panic, and I'm starting to realize that something is horribly wrong with this whole encounter.
Yes?
I'm freezing. I got no shoes on. This police officer is leaning me back towards the van, and I'm just on the verge of kicking off. And then right as I say something about getting their badge numbers to make a complaint, the officer escorting me back towards the van shoves me to the ground and says something like, "Were you bollocks, mate?" I couldn't believe what was happening. Or maybe it was just that I didn't want to believe what was happening. Because as I get dragged back to my feet by an officer who has suddenly lost all airs of professionalism, it dawns on me that these two policemen aren't exactly who they say they are. And that's when the raw fear kicked in. Like I said, I'm handcuffed, freezing and shoeless, completely at these blokes' mercy, and to make matters worse, they start asking me questions that they're not liking the answers to. They start asking me where the money is, and I don't realize what they're asking for at first. And as if they still thought I was some kind of drug courier or something to that effect, I'm telling them that I don't know what they're talking about, that it's all online these days and there's no cash in the van. They responded by throwing me into the refrigerated rear storage unit, threatening to lock the doors behind them. Now, most delivery drivers who have these kinds of cold storage have the means to unlock the door, should they ever get trapped inside. But I'm handcuffed and My jacket with the keys in it is just lying at the side of the road. If they'd shut the doors on me, I might not be around to tell this story. I begged them not to shut the doors, and I know how pathetic I must have sounded because they just responded by bursting out laughing at me, mimicking my pleading in a horrifying display of cruelty and viciousness. They responded by pulling me out of the unit, me hitting the tarmac so hard I think I dislocated my shoulder, before absolutely kicking the life out of me as I was laying there groaning. It was hands down the most terrifying few minutes of my life, and now that I look back on it, I think that's exactly what they wanted. I mean, why rob a bloody supermarket delivery
There's
truck?
a group of raiders that won't
I'm
leave us
not
alone.
exactly an armored
Stealing
bank
our
car,
food
am
and
I?
supplies.
They weren't stupid
Threatening
blokes
us if
either.
we can't give
The
them
one
what
I
they
spoke
want.
to the most
We know
had
where
this
they're
way
coming
about
from,
him.
but we
Really
can't
made me
stand
think
up
he
to
was a
them
legit
ourselves.
policeman, you know? So why target me? Simple.
I hope so.
Because they
We
knew
didn't know
I
what
could
to
be
do.
easily intimidated. I was a soft target, one that they could just toy with to get their rocks off. They could just pull over some bloke in a Beamer, take all his cash, or maybe an electrical truck or something if they wanted to make some money. But me, I wasn't work. I was pleasure. They did what they did that evening because it was fun for them. And honestly, that's what scares me the most. The creation of apps like Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Postmates marked the dawn of a new age in food delivery services. 10 years ago, pink-eyed teenagers everywhere envisioned a day when they could get McDonald's delivered to their smoky apartment doors. Yet now, what was nothing more than a Munchies-induced fantasy has become a concrete reality, creating new means of employment as well as satisfying appetites all over the country. For one of these newly employed delivery drivers, Sonia King, a DoorDash driver's account gave her the ability to plan her work around her busy home life. She could log on during a public holiday, Cinco de Mayo for example, and watch the cash roll in as she delivered tacos, burritos, and enchiladas all over the city of Atlanta, Georgia. But little did Sonia know that the first job of the day would be her last, and would involve a brush with death that left her shaken and traumatized. The 31-year-old mother of 4 was making a routine delivery at the time of the incident, and hadn't previously encountered any kind of trouble while she was on the job. But on that particular occasion, she got out of her car, grabbed the food delivery from her passenger seat, only to find herself face to face with a man by the name of Rick Painter.
We are fighting.
Sonia said that at first, it seemed like a perfectly normal guy. He had requested that food delivery be dropped off on a counter inside his house, which wasn't unusual request for property adherence to. Some disabled customers have special requests they make of delivery drivers, who are often only too happy to accommodate them. Besides, the house looked perfectly well maintained and non-threatening, and as Sonia later put it, anyone would have gone inside. But when she entered the house, and it came to Rick giving her a tip, Sonia found that her customer was anything but normal.
Gotta go help
As
us.
Rick thanked Sonia for dropping the food off and pulled out a $5 bill from his wallet, he looked her up and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm Jesus." Sonia was thrown off guard by this bizarre comment, and it took a moment for it to register that it was what he actually said. But when the penny dropped that this apparently perfectly normal guy was comparing himself to a prophet, Sonia began to get nervous. She says Rick then shot her a look that gave away how horribly unhinged he was,
We're in
a
some
kind of
real
predatory
trouble
smile
here.
that sent
I hope
shivers
you
down
can
her
help.
spine, and she knew it was time for her to leave. Only Rick wasn't about to let her leave, as he had other things in mind for her. At this point, it's important to note that Sonia is a practicing Muslim and wears the full face covering more commonly known as a niqab. Whether or not it was the visual cue to set Rick off and made him allude to himself as Jesus, we can't possibly speculate. But the fact of the matter is that when Rick decided to attack the terrified Sonia, he chose to do so in the most disrespectful way possible. He pulled her niqab from her head, wrapped it around her throat, and began choking her with it. He then grabbed Sonia by the hair and tried to use his grip to apply even more force to her throat. He's grabbing me and trying to choke me with my own niqab. I kept telling the man I've got kids. In the midst of me fighting him, he's grabbing my head, Sonia later said. He thought he was Jesus, but Jesus wouldn't do that to nobody. I was just rolling around and trying to pry off certain fingers, but he would not let my hair go, she continued. I stuck my finger in his eye. He would not let my hair go. It was definitely about to be a murder, and it was going to be me. As Sonia fought for her life, she found she was able to get a grip of her car keys and began using them to jab them into Rick Painter's face over and over again. I didn't want to stab anybody, she insisted, but I had to do it because I kept seeing my kids flashing before my eyes, and I kept seeing my husband and thinking, I gotta get out of this house so I can go home to my family. Time and time again, the sharp ends of Sonia's car keys ripped into Rick's flesh, and his mugshot photo shows him with some seriously horrifying injuries, all inflicted by Sonia. They look incredibly painful and must have been agony to endure at the time of the attack, but disturbingly, Rick seemed to react in a completely different way to what we might expect. Instead of yelling or growling in pain as he was being repeatedly stabbed in the face,
yes?
Rick began to make noises that turned Sonia's blood to ice. It sounded like he was enjoying it, like the pain was doing less than wholesome things for him. Rick let out a long, slow groan before mumbling, "Ah, this feels good." Somehow, Sonia managed to pry a couple of Rick's fingers free from her hair before slipping out from her niqab in a way that allowed her a window of escape. She bolted back to her car, gunned the engine, and drove away from her unexpected brush with death as quickly as she could. It's almost a miracle that she was able to do so with nothing but cuts and bruises, and her attacker put a little more pain than the slishing of the ambush. It was only a small chance of Sonia. Not after the attack, Rick Painter was arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, and his detention kicked off legal proceedings that ended in him being given a prison sentence on charges of false imprisonment and misdemeanor battery. Sonia might have gotten some small measure of justice from the attack, but knowing Rick will be back on the streets in the next 2 years is something that terrifies her. I've become very distant with a lot of people that I love now. I don't trust people. I expect the worst to happen, she said. The scary thing is, the harrowing experience that Sonia endured isn't all that rare, as attacks on food delivery drivers have been steadily rising over the past 5 years or so. Delivery drivers in London are finding that their distinctive
convenient. Here.
Uber Eats branded bags and waterproofs are making them a target for robberies. In several violent instances, drivers were knocked off their bikes or mopeds, either by flying kicks or by being hit by a car, before a gang descends on them to relieve the injured party of their valuables. The scale of the problem is hard to assess because police forces don't yet gather statistics on it, and the companies themselves don't publish any. Sonia King personally thinks that DoorDash should do more to protect its 400,000 couriers, such as background checks to identify customers with criminal records. Rick Painter had been in and out of prison for other violent offenses, and Sonia says that if she'd known that, she wouldn't have been so quick to take the job. She also complains that after the attack, she wasn't able to speak to anyone from the San Francisco company. She could only email them, and that it was 3 days before anyone actually called to check on her. I almost died, and this is the way they treat me. It's just disgusting. DoorDash says it sincerely regrets the handling of Sonia's case, that they take the safety of their drivers extremely seriously and do not tolerate any form of harassment or inappropriate behavior. DoorDash added that it has now introduced a free occupational accident insurance policy for all of its U.S. drivers, but for some, the move is too little, too late. But despite all we do to ensure the safety and security of our fellow man, what we think is certain individuals twist the desire to hunt and hurt perfectly innocent people. People who abuse the ever-growing service economy to prey on those desperate to make a living. People like that will always find a way to slip through the net. And the horrifying fact is that, no matter what we do, we'll never be completely safe, no matter where we are, or what we're doing. So, I had this part-time job when I was in high school, working as a pizza delivery driver for a large pizza chain. I saw some pretty wild stuff on the job, but only one thing that actually seriously creeped me out. I'm making this routine delivery to some innocuous-looking house, but when the guy answers the door, he just sort of grabs the pizza, thrusts a fistful of ones in my face, then slams the door behind him. At first, I'm just like, rude. But then when I count the money, I find that not only has this guy not given me enough for his 20-inch meat lovers, but he's not even bothered to tip me. I'd been burned once or twice before when it came to my count, and the difference ended up coming out of my wages, so I was not going to let that nonsense happen the third time. I ended up banging on the guy's door for a solid 5 minutes before he answered. Like I could see him moving around behind the frosted glass panel, but totally ignoring my knocking. In the end, I lose my temper and say something like, "Hey man, don't try and finesse me out of money. I don't want to have to call the cops, but I will." Boom. Those were the magic words. He comes right up to the front door and opens it up. Not all the way, maybe a third of the way open. This guy is saying sorry a whole lot. Like almost too much. He's all pale, he's sweating, his hands are shaking as he passes 20 just playing sorry all the time. Just thinking, what's this guy's problem? But then I catch a glimpse of something in the hallway behind the guy, and suddenly I've got a good idea what the guy's deal was. There's a dark red stain on the wooden floor, maybe the size of a manhole cover, and next to it are what look like all kinds of different cleaning products. I take one quick look at that, then at the guy, and he just slams the door in my face. I'm back in my car and speeding back to the pizza place faster than you can say F that. And as soon as I get there, I call the cops. As it turned out, I had legit interrupted this guy cleaning up a murder. And from what I heard, the guy was having an affair with a high school girl that was like 30 years his junior. She's over at his place while his wife is out of town. orders pizza at some point. Then before it even arrives, the guy kills her because she's threatening to ruin his marriage or something. He had no clue that she'd ordered the pie, panics when I show up at the door, and that's how he got caught. Crazy story, right? But for me, the craziest part isn't so much the whole murderous infidelity thing. It's that before she was murdered, this girl unwittingly kicked off a chain of events that would catch her own killer. I had to go to court a bunch of times too, since I was basically the case's star witness, and it was so freaky seeing that guy looking at me when I talked to the prosecutor. He literally killed a girl with his own hands, and there he was, giving me death stares. Like I said, I've seen some wild stuff working pizza delivery, but only one thing that gave me nightmares. That guy's eyes. Many of us will be familiar with the Bloody Mary urban legend. The idea that if you look into a mirror and say her name a certain number of times, a malevolent phantom known as Bloody Mary will materialize to murder you. Some might say that the movie series The Candyman borrowed the concept, having the protagonist stare into a mirror while repeating the titular character's name as a means to summon him. It's certainly a terrifying trope, the idea of staring into a mirror, only for someone or something to suddenly appear behind you. It's enough to make even the bravest of us shiver. But no one's ever just appeared out of someone's mirror to murder them, right? Those of you who wish to remain in blissful ignorance, I implore you, stop listening right now. But for the rest of you, who don't mind being a little paranoid for the next couple of days, let me introduce you to the story of Ruth Mary McCoy. At around 8:45 on April 27th of 1987, Ruthie Mae McCoy made a 911 call from her 11th floor Abbott apartment on West 13th Street, Chicago. After the police dispatcher asked Ruthie what manner of assistance she required, he found the response to be incredibly perplexing. In effect, Ruthie told them that someone was trying to get into her home via the bathroom cabinet. They want to break in, he asked. From where? They want to come through my bathroom, Ruthie replied. From on the other side. They're trying to reach in through my bathroom cabinet. The dispatcher had already established that Ruthie was on the 11th floor of a 13th Street high-rise. There was no way anyone was climbing through her bathroom window, and absolutely no way of them using her bathroom cabinet as some kind of doorway. The dispatcher was most certainly concerned for Ruthie's safety, but it seemed to them that the biggest threat to her well-being was herself. She sounded frightened, that much was certain, but if she truly believed that people were trying to break into her apartment through her bathroom cabinet, she must have been having some kind of mental breakdown. The dispatcher told Ruthie that the cops were on their way, but he logged the call as a disturbance with a neighbor as opposed to an assault in progress. It wasn't a high-priority call, but the cops would get there eventually to check up on her. When the cops finally arrived at Ruthie's apartment, they knocked on the door but received no reply. After their knocks went unanswered, the police attempted to enter the apartment using a key given to them by an attendant in the housing office, but left when the key failed to unlock the door. The next evening, Chicago PD received a call from one of Ruthie's neighbors who was worried about her whereabouts, considering she had seen police at her door the night before and still had not seen Ruthie. Chicago police and Chicago Housing Authority security guards arrived back at McCoy's apartment shortly afterward, and after the knocks and calls from McCoy went unanswered, officers suggested breaking the door down, but unbelievably, were prevented from doing so by the CHA security guards, who told them they'd sue the city for damages if they got fired from their jobs. The following evening, pressures from the cops forced the Chicago Housing Authority to act, and they sent over a representative with a carpenter, who drilled the lock on the door. It was then that they made a horrifying discovery: the dead, decaying body of Ruthie Mae McCoy. Homicide detectives discovered that she had been shot in her left shoulder, left thigh, the right side of her abdomen, and right upper arm. It also became obvious that whoever had shot Ruthie Mae was known to her and was able to gain access to her apartment without breaking and entering. Yet they discovered that Ruthie had locked her door from the inside and the key was still on its hook at the threshold. So how had they gotten in and out of the apartment? Detectives reviewed the 911 call Ruthie made on the night of her death. When she mentioned her killers trying to get in through the bathroom cabinet, a deep chill fell over the two men. It was impossible, like something out of a horror movie. But there had to be a rational explanation for what Ruthie was saying, as she was obviously not imagining anyone in her mirror. Detectives returned to the scene of the crime, intent on fully analyzing this bathroom cabinet that Ruth had mentioned. It appeared to be a regular bathroom cabinet. Mirror door, sterile white insides dotted with cosmetics and medicines. There were no secret doors inside of it, and there was certainly no supernatural portals to hellish otherworldly realms. In a show of mild frustration, one of the detectives out of short struck the cabinet, only for each of them to notice something curious. We can imagine the moment. One detective silently looking at the other with surprise, before returning to shift the cabinet again. Before long, they discovered they could do more than just shift the thing. They could remove it entirely, revealing a gaping hole in the wall. As it turned out, the ABLA project, which Ruthie called home, had a rather unusual architectural quirk built into it, and that certain apartments connected to one another via a narrow tunnel that ran behind the bathroom cabinets of the apartment. This design was intended to provide easy access to plumbing fixtures if maintenance was ever needed. In some cases, apartments above and below each other were also connected by similar means. Granted, this made tradesmen's lives much easier, but also provided easier access for burglars and also nefarious types, as the bathroom medicine cabinets were easily removable from each end.
I think he might be glitched.
A person could simply remove the cabinet from the wall of the apartment they were in, crawl through the narrow passage known as a pipe chase, and push in the cabinet of the unit they were trying to access. Break-ins via this method have been going on in the ABLA projects for quite a while by the time of Ruthie's murder, to the extent where residents put furniture in front of the bathroom doors or tie them with rope before going to bed. It was obviously a huge problem.
The rest we could deal with,
but one that was completely overlooked in the construction of the housing projects. Until the Chicago Housing Authority could find the money to fix it, residents were told to simply make do. Ruthie's apartment, number 1109, happened to be connected to number 1108, and this is obviously where her killers emerged from. Number 1108 was indeed being rented at the time, and it's believed that the tenant on record was actually
oh, are you fucking kidding me?
To use the apartment as
what was that?
These shady
These
drug
motherfuckers
using
are fast as fuck.
Must have either entered or heard about the flaw in the architecture and decided to use it to their advantage. Two ALBA residents, Ted Turner, then aged 18, and 21-year-old named John Honduras, were charged with murder, home invasion, armed robbery, armed violence, and residential burglary. A number of witnesses claim they saw the two men carrying McCoy's 19-inch color TV and rocking chair around the projects in the hours following Ruthie's murder. After years of arrests and continual investigation, the charges against the two men were dropped due to lack of investigation, and the Ruthie's killers were never officially charged or imprisoned. Even without the supernatural element, the idea of someone being able to violently break into your apartment via what amounts to a secret passage is absolutely terrifying. Very few of us have ever seen the blueprints to the apartment buildings or houses that we live in, and even few are actually interested in doing so. And so how do you know for certain that there isn't some kind of secret entrance to your apartment? And if there is, how do you know there isn't something wrong right this instant? ready to jump out on some poor unsuspecting scary story fan to give them their own personal horror story. The man born as Frank Rushan would eventually go by Andre Rand during his adult life, but the name on his driver's license has become somewhat irrelevant, as his terrifying exploits would be attached to a deceptively playful nickname. Born in New York City on March 11th of 1944, Rand would spend most of his life around Staten Island, going on to be one of the most infamous criminals that the Northeast has ever known. And although Rand definitively wasn't the most prolific serial killer, it's more the nature of his crimes that made him so universally reviled. You see, Andre Rand's prey of choice was children. Thankfully, Andre Rand is currently serving several consecutive 25 years to life sentences. But the convicted kidnapper and suspected child serial killer managed to wreak enough havoc and inflict enough pain in his time that his capture and imprisonment provides very little solace. Yet bizarrely, the man's morbidly fascinating tale began as a real-world campfire story. In days gone by, young people all over the borough of Staten Island would scare the living daylights out of each other with descriptions of the monstrous figure known only as Cropsy, supposedly a sort of boogeyman figure with a razor-sharp steel hook for a hand. Cropsy would apparently drag innocent children from their homes in the middle of the night before carrying them to an abandoned hospital. There, depending on who was telling the story, you would be tortured, killed, eaten, or any combination of the three. Although creepy campfire and urban legends are a standard, a thrilling part of most everyone's early childhood, for the children of Staten Island, these ominous little tales soon became disquietingly real. The line between fact and fiction began to blur as local children began to vanish in real life, but when their cold, dead bodies were found, it made it clear that this was no mere campfire tale. Could it be that Cropsy was real? During the 1960s, Andre Rand was employed as a custodian at the Willowbrook State School. Funded by state government, the Willowbrook was a charitable center that provided aid for children with disabilities. On the surface, all of the Willowbrook's practices were good and proper, but upon closer inspection, state officials began to unravel a web of questionable conditions and unethical medical practices. On the advice of the inspectors, the Willowbrook was immediately closed and Andre Rand was forced to find alternative employment. Rand had a clean slate. He could have pursued just about any manner of unskilled labor, but instead, he chose to pursue an even more horrifying career. Between the date of the Willowbrook's closing in the early 1970s, several young girls went missing in the area surrounding the abandoned hospital. The first was a 5-year-old Alice Piera. On July 10, 1972, the happy-go-lucky toddler seemed to simply vanish into thin air while playing in the street just outside her house, a street located just a few miles southeast of the old Willowbrook Hospital. For a while, the whereabouts of the small child remained a complete mystery. Yet there was something else the local townsfolk were unaware of, that Andre Rand once went by Frank Rushan, and Frank Rushan had once served 10 months in prison for the abduction of several small children. The fact he only did 10 months stems from the fact that his defense attorney managed to essentially haggle a judge down to a conviction of false imprisonment, a crime with a considerably lower penalty than kidnap or abduction. But the conviction was enough to smear Frank's name for good, and so he came up with a rather simple and cunning solution. He changed it, and after moving out to Staten Island, became Andre Rand. Yet as much as Rand could hide his identity from the townsfolk, he couldn't hide his identity from police officers who were well aware of his legal change of name. So when little Alice Pereira went missing on that warm July evening, the police considered Rand to be the prime suspect. Despite their convictions, evidence was flimsy and not nearly enough to gain a solid conviction in a court of law. And so, As the cops chose to hold their horses, the bodies began to pile up. On July 15th, 1981, 7-year-old Holly Ann Hughes went missing. Her parents filed a missing persons report, while several witnesses claimed to have seen the body around shortly before her disappearance. Once again, no actual evidence led to no actual arrest. 2 years later, Rand once again became a prime suspect when 11-year-old Tyhees Jackson disappeared. And then in 1984, 21-year-old Hank Gaffario vanished. These unnerving incidents left the nearby townsfolk racked with terror, a terror that was exacerbated by the fact that not a single person was apprehended, with all at a loss for a potential motive. It was a whopping 3 years before local law enforcement finally caught a break in their investigation, when 12-year-old girl Jennifer Swagger was reported missing on July 9th of 1987. The search for her, or her body, lasted 35 days, and ended in the traumatic unearthing of her body in a wooded area on Staten Island. According to the New York Times, Swagger was found dead in a shallow grave on the former property of the Willowbrook State School. By the time Jenny Swagger's body was found, police decided they had to act, and Andre Rand was arrested and charged as a suspect in the murder. Once again, prosecutors fell afoul of court procedure and found they were unable to convict Rand in the murder charge, with there only being enough evidence to irrefutably convict him of kidnapping. This was 1988. Prosecutors had Rand exactly where they wanted him, in a federal penitentiary, where he'd stew while they worked on convicting him of the other child murders. Although there wasn't enough evidence at the time, Rand was found guilty of Holly Ann Hughes kidnapping in 2004, over 2 decades after she originally went missing. And since there is no statute of limitations for New York for first-degree kidnapping, prosecutors ensured that Rand would escape justice for his historic depravities. He was given an additional 25 years to life sentence on top of the one he was already serving. All in all, the Staten Island boogeyman sits behind bars to this day for the kidnappings of Holly Ann Hughes and Jennifer Swagger, and won't be eligible for parole until 2037, provided he lives that long. He'll be 93 years old on the day he walks free. Andre Rand's disturbing life and legacy were dissected in the 2019 documentary movie Cropsy. The film premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival that year and won the Grand Jury Prize for its enthralling narrative and slick production quality. And on watching it, it's easy to see why. The essential premise of the movie was to explore whether the Staten Island urban legend of Cropsy was actually tied into Rand's murderous career. Whether one had fed into the other until fact and fiction had become indistinguishable. Yet as the movie came to show, for some of the people who spent those years in Staten Island, as well as those involved in searching for missing kids, the term boogeyman didn't even broach Rand's despicable psychopathy. Donna Coutinho, president of the charity Friends of the Jennifer for Missing Children, calls Rand the Hannibal Lecter of Staten Island. Donna and her fellow volunteers have the unenviable task of searching all over Willowbrook's 385 acres twice a year in search of any undiscovered remains. He terrified a whole community, and he still haunts us, Donna was quoted as saying. For some kids, it's like if Corpsey was real. What else aren't they telling us, you know? And I don't know. Sometimes I feel a little of that too. At the end, Andre Rand was arrested, imprisoned, and may never see the light of day again. But nevertheless, his impact on the Staten Island community is immeasurable, and Cropsey has left behind massive psychological trauma that may well last for generations. Some of those children are still missing. The remains are still out there, somewhere. And as the years go by, and their bones are pulled one by one from the cold earth, entombing them, the memories of Rand's reign of terror will come back flooding, over and over again. And maybe that's what makes the Cropsey story so well and truly terrifying. That the core lesson in the story, the frightful foundation of its message, is that the boogeyman is real, and he wears the faces of men. perhaps you've heard of the urban legend sometimes known as the dead body under the bed. The legend tells of a vacationing couple that checks into a seedy roadside motel only to discover a foul smell in their room. Come night, they find the smell to be so odorous that they're unable to sleep and decide to call a member of staff to complain. This staff member then discovers that the smell is in fact coming from the bed and looks under the frame to find the couple had been sleeping on top of the rotting body of a young girl that had been stuffed into the box. It's definitely one of the lesser known urban legends, but it's one made all the more terrifying by the fact that it's actually a true story. Not only that, but there have been multiple occurrences of people sleeping in rooms where dead bodies have been concealed. And two of those unfortunate souls were James and Rhonda Sargent. The couple had been on the road for hours before they checked into room 222 of the Budget Lodge Inn on Brooks Road in Memphis, Tennessee. That evening, the couple said they complained to the motel staff that the room was stanky and foul. They burned some incense they picked up from a nearby hippie hole, but it seemed like nothing could cover the revolting odor. Though it seemed that someone had apparently tried before, because the sergeants noticed there were fabric softener sheets stuffed into ceiling tiles and nooks, and the smell was strongest whenever anyone sat on the bed. It was perhaps the worst night's sleep of their entire lives, and in the morning, the couple left the motel, determined to never darken its doors again. Sometime later, the smell had attracted some negative attention that the motel owners finally decided to call the police. More than one guest had commented that it smells like a dead body in there, in room 222, and they weren't wrong. Homicide detectives instantly recognized the smell as belonging to a corpse, and after turning the room upside down, located the moldering cadaver of 28-year-old mother of four, Sony Millbrook. Throughout the course of the police investigation that followed, it was discovered that Sony had checked into the Budget Inn sometime in January of 2010. She was staying with her boyfriend and father of four of her children, Lakeith Moody, and the room was in his name. Millbrook had been there for a couple of weeks when one day in late January, she did not pick up her kids from daycare. Her sister, Linda James, reported her missing. Police believe she died the day she vanished, but were told by motel workers that they had bagged up Millbrook's personal belongings and cleaned the room. Other workers said nothing appeared amiss and the room was rented out. If Sony had indeed been a victim of foul play, it certainly hadn't been the Budget Inn, or at least so it seemed. After Sony's body was found, Lakeith Moody was stopped while driving Millbrook's car and was arrested on federal charges of being a felon in possession of a gun. They took until his trial in 2014 for him to be convicted of murdering the mother of his child, and he was automatically given a life sentence in accordance with state law. I'm just a shock because I'm like, okay, I done laid on top of this lady's body, said Rhonda Sargent, who stayed in the room after Millbrook disappeared, before her body was found. This is somebody's daughter, someone's mom. Why didn't they investigate this fully? I think I would have searched all over, her husband James added. I think I would have known to look up under the bed. Yet he didn't, and neither did the police. It was already clear. Talk about ruining a crime scene, Memphis Police Director Larry Godwin said in March. It had also been rented several times with next to no complaints. It was like, well, we don't have any evidence here. The officers wanted to solve it, and so they went in a different direction. Whether or not there was misfortune, or simply incompetence on the part of investigating police, it's impossible to judge. But what things remain clear, that an alarming number of people have actually slept on beds under which a body had been concealed. So next time you're on the road, and you stop to spend the night at a roadside rest stop, make sure there's nothing masking any particular nasty smells. And as always, always check under the bed, as apparently you know really well when you'll be sleeping with an unexpected roommate. Ironically, one of the most horrifying true urban legends is perhaps one of the least known, at least in the US anyway. Because up in Toronto, Canada, almost everyone has heard the story of the leaping lawyer. According to the story, one well-to-do lawyer was overly keen on showing off all the features of his extravagant office space. Set into a huge glass skyscraper, the firm who made the huge plate glass windows of the office boasts that their windows were unbreakable,